Solo guitar instrumental tuning, singing at the floor. And without you, I give up.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tes. May I have your attention, please? We're going to start the opening ceremony shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to bid you our warmest welcome to the opening ceremony of the virtual International Conference on Ushuluddin and Humanities Studies, the third Icon Humans 2021. With the theme, Religion in the Time of Pandemic, an Outlook of Islamic Mysticism, Theology, Philosophy, Psychology, and Ethics. Organized by the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities of UIN Wali Songo Semarang in collaboration with the Faculty of Ushuluddin, Adab, and Humanities of UIN Seizu Purwokerto, held on Thursday, 21st of October 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, in this precious occasion, we would like to welcome the Excellency Rector of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Imam Taufik MAG, the Honorable Rector of UIN Seizu Purwokerto, Bapak Dr. Kiai Haji Muhammad Rokib MAG, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Bapak Dr. Haji Hashim Muhammad MAG, the Honorable Dean and Vice Deans of the Faculty of Ushuluddin, Adab, and Humanities of UIN Seizu Purwokerto, and also I would like to recognize and welcome the distinguished invited speakers for our first plenary sessions, Professor Dr. Mulyadi Kertanegara from University Brunei Darussalam, Dr. Roslizawati Mohramli from University Sains Islam Malaysia, and Professor Dr. Peter G. Riddle from School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. Also, the Honorable Vice Rectors of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Heads of Bureaus, Director of Postgraduate Program, Deans of all faculties, Head of Center for Research and Community Service, Head of Center for Quality Assurance, also respected speakers, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. By the grace of Allah, we're gathered here to attend an important occasion of the virtual International Conference on Ushuluddin and Humanities Studies, the third Icon Humans 2021. Praise and salutation upon him, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the last messenger, the best figure of this universe. Well, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're going to start the opening ceremony by singing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, led by Ms. Mutmainah MSE. So I'd like to invite all audience and participants kindly to rise. Well, now we're honored to have remarks delivered by Rector of UIN Seizu Purwokerto. Please welcome Bapak Dr. Kiai Haji Muhammad Rokib MAG.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa man wala. La haula wala quwwata illa billah, amma ba'du. His Excellency Rector of the State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang, Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Imam Taufik, Honorable two Deans of the Faculty of Islamic Theology, Literature and Humanities Studies, from State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang, Dr. Hashim Muhammad, and State Islamic University Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto, Dr. Hajah Nakiyah Mukhtar MAG, and all respectable community of the conference. Thank you all for succeeding this remarkable international conference. All distinguished invite keynote speakers from diverse abroad university and Indonesia, as well as all excellent selected presenters. We are very grateful for your participation and contribution to this conference. In this opening session of the Third International Conference of Ushuluddin and Humanities Studies, Icon Humans, I would like to express my gratitude to the Almighty God for two things. Firstly, this international conference, which is held in the collaborative way between two State Islamic University in Central Java, State Islamic University Wali Songo Semarang, and State Islamic University Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto, or UIN Seizu Purwokerto, can be realized today. Hopefully, this event goes well until closing in could be the role model of academic collaboration for all the State Islamic University in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this conference is notable because it is relevant to the current issue worldly, the COVID-19 pandemic. In Islamic texts, Quran, Hadith, the work of classical Muslim scholars, there are many teachings that can be derived and contextualized to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic issues. The papers written by invited speakers and selected presenters on this issue, in my opinion, will contribute very much in dealing with this subject both theoretically and practically. Happy audience. Secondly, this conference really represents a new academical vision of our campus. In example, scientific integration based on Islamic localities, Penginyongan or Banyumasan, and Nusantara Raya or Melayu Raya studies. Nusantara Raya or Melayu Raya studies. IAIN Purwokerto, which has been transported into UIN, Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri has a new vision to become an excellent, progressive, and integrative Islamic university in the development of science, technology, and art in ASEAN 2040. Hopefully, after becoming State Islamic University, UIN, we will be able to realize our vision in due time through academic activities like today's international conference. Thus, my brief welcome, and once again, thank you all. Good luck with the presentation and happy fruitful conference. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Next, I cordially invite His Excellency, Rector of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, Bapak Profesor Dr. Haji Imam Taufik MAG, to deliver his welcoming remarks. And afterward, we would like request His Excellency to officially open the virtual international conference. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'du. Honorable Rector of Professor Saifuddin Zuhri, Islamic State University of Purwokerto, Dr. Haji Muhammad Rokib MAG, Honorable Vice Rector of Wali Songo Islamic State University of Semarang and also UINZU Purwokerto, Honorable the Dean, Vice Dean of all faculties, the Director and Vice Director, and also the Director of Postgraduate Program, Honorable respectable invited speaker, and also presenter and participant, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our great gratitude belongs to Allah, Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, the most merciful, and the most beneficent, grant us with the help, blessing, and opportunity to attend the third international conference on Ushuluddin and Humanities study, ICANN Human 2021, held by Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humaniora, Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora, Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo, in collaboration with Fakultas Ushuluddin Adab and Humanity UINZU Purwokerto. Secondly, may the peace and blessing of Allah be on the last prophet of Messenger, Allah Master Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and on household and companions. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, I would like to welcome you all, the respectable invited speaker, first year participant as also internal participant in Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, our smart and clean campus. Thank you for your support and enthusiasm. Your interest and participation in this international conference will enrich ideas and perspective on how to develop contemporary values of Islam and theology, philosophy, psychology, and also ethics in order to respond to the emerging issue due to the pandemic situation. This conference should be remarked not only as a professional achievement, but also high contribution of Muslim society in responding the global situation. The research paper that presented in this conference represent how the science in theology, philosophy, psychology, and ethics should manifest in all life aspects. Islam, together with any other social sciences, should embrace the unity of sciences for the greater life benefit and also civilization. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope this event can be space for academics to share knowledge and experiences. For me, there is many benefit. At least there are two practical benefits of holding the international conference. The first, related to the obligation of academic to upgrade their knowledge and update their reality of the dynamic of social life. Therefore, the development of analyze can be contextualized as an alternative strategy for solving a lot of problems in society. The second benefit is related to the construct of academic relation, both in the national and also international context. Dear ladies and gentlemen, all participants, the theme of religion in the time of pandemic and not a lot of Islamic mysticism, theology, philosophy, psychology, and also ethics is a very, very contextual state. The COVID-19 pandemic is the main trigger that underline changes in the people lifestyle in all aspect of life, of aspect of daily activity, including also religion. Therefore, this academic dialogue become a practical reference for the community in adapting and building interaction during the pandemic. More than that, I really hope that the subject of this discussion will also become an academic asset in an effort to prepare a resilient and empowered the society in the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, to end the speech, allow me to quote the parts of the sentence for the Al-Quran. That is Al-Baqarah, the verse 185. Yuridullahu bikumul yusra wa la yuridu bikumul usra. Allah intends you for an easy and does not intend you for the hardship. I think this verse implies that Islam is very easy. Islam is easy. Islam is beautiful. Islam is simply perfect. Islam loves peace. Islam loves harmony. Islam is the religion in rahmatan lil alamin. Then, should us, as a Muslim, as a human being, we should be an agent of peace, agent of civilization, agent in develop the condition in rahmatan lil alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, all participants, on behalf Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang, I clear the opening of this event. Thank you and enjoy this virtual international conference. And I hope that we have many fruitful discussions. Thanks a lot. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Allahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to His Excellency for the awesome remarks. Coming up, I cordially invite His Excellency, Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities of UIN Wali Songo Semarang, to hand over souvenirs to the Dean of the Faculty of Ushuluddin, Adab and Humanities of UIN Saizu Purwokerto. With the honor, please welcome to the front Bapak Dr. Haji Hashim Muhammad MAG, Ibu Dr. Hajah Nakiyah MAG, accompanied by all vice deans from both universities. Thank you very much, and please be seated. Thank you very much. And please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of this opening ceremony. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Have a fruitful conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'd like to inform you that we will have two plenary sessions for the next 4 hours. The first plenary session will be guided by Bapak Dr. Muhammad Sobirin M.Hum and Bapak Muhammad Faik M.Ag, while the second plenary session will be guided by Bapak Lutfi Rahman M.A. and Ibu Afaf Mujahadah M.A. But before that, we will have a musical performance from the students of the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities, Safwin Wali Songo, Semarang. Please welcome and have enjoyed the performance. Thank you.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humanities Universitas Songo, Semarang. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humanities berdiri tegak di kampus 2 di Jalan Profesor Dr. Hamka, kilometer 1 Ngalian, Semarang. Fakultas yang mencetak sarjana-sarjana di bidang pemikiran agama dan kemanusiaan dulunya berdiri atas prakarsa Dr. Andes M. Hosin dan lainnya di Tegal, dan masih berada di bawah naungan yayasan swasta yang bekerjasama dengan YIN Sunan Kalijaga Yogyakarta. Seiring dengan sejarah proses pembentukan fakultas-fakultas di UIN Wali Songo, Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniores akhirnya resmi didirikan pada tanggal 25 Februari 1974 dengan bernaung langsung di bawah YIN Wali Songo. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniores UIN Wali Songo sebagai fakultas yang unggul dalam riset ilmu-ilmu pokok keislaman dengan berbasis pada menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran ilmu-ilmu pokok keislaman, meningkatkan mutu riset serta menggali dan mengembangkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal untuk kemanusiaan dan peradaban di masa mendatang. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniores mempunyai 5 program studi S1 dan 1 program studi S2. Program studi Akidah dan Filsafat Islam, program studi Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir, program studi Tasawuf Psikoterapi, program studi Agama-Agama, program studi Ilmu Seni dan Arsitektur Islam, dan program studi S2 Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir.
prank sinetron. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, baby, kiss me. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You were long for long, a Lord of worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. In my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are long I long for all I worship and adore. In the world, please be true. In other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are long I long for all and worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other words, in other words, I love you. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You alone, alone, for all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, in other Terima kasih Pak Zimulat Pak. Selamat siang untuk Bapak Ibu dosen. Semoga untuk menikmati hidangan sudah tersedia lewat Zoom. so I have to say before I go that I just want you to know I found a reason for me to change who I used to be, a reason to start over new. rasa hati berbisik untuk melepas keresahan dirimu. Oh cantik, bukan ku ingin mengganggumu, tapi apa arti merindu selalu. Walau mentari terbit di utara, hatiku hanya untukmu. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja akan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Cantik, bukan ku ingin mengganggu, tapi apa arti merindu selalu. Walau mentari terbit di utara, hatiku hanya untukmu. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta, tentu saja akan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Yang penuh cinta, tentu saja akan ku balas seisi jiwa. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, sungguh aku sayang kamu. Ada hati yang termanis dan penuh cinta. Tiada lagi yang ganggu kita. Ini kesungguhan, aku sayang kamu. Terima kasih untuk Pak Inul, Kak Prodi Isai. Sesekali ngerjeni Pak Kak Prodi. his blood. It's nothing but some feeling, it's his own dog he touched. Spinning neutral left, now I'm drowning into flow. He says ready by there, but without you I give up. I can sing a love song like the way it's meant to be. Well, I guess I'm not that good anymore, but baby, that's just me. And I will love you, baby. Always I'll be there forever and a day. Always I'll be there till the stars don't shine, till the heavens burst and the wind don't run. And I know I die, you'll be on my mind, and I love you always. Know your pictures that you left behind are just memories of undriven lives on the mirrors left, the mirrors bright, but the maybe you when you say goodbye, when nothing to run my fingers through your hair, to touch your lips, to hold you near when you say a phrase. Try to understand, I am mistake, I'm just a man. When you hold you close, when you pull you near, when you say the word, you begin to hear. I wish I was there with a summer mind to save you at the end of time, and I will love you, baby. Oh, 'cause you are born for the world to see. Not will can live with love and peace. No more president, and our Lord willing. Why unite the world under God? When the children cry, let them know we try. 'Cause when children sing, let the new world begin. What have become? Just look what we have done. All the way destroyed, you must build again. No more president, and all the war we live. Why unite the world under God? When the children cry, let them know we try. When the children fight, let them know we're right. When the children cry, let them know the way. 'Cause when the children sing, then the new will begin.
Oke, terima kasih. Untuk selanjutnya, please welcome Pak Sobirin to help for the next session. Okay, please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's we continue our agenda. As plenary session will be held by Mr. Sobirin of the lecturer Winsazu Purwokerto, Saizu Purwokerto, and then be accompanied by Faik, Mr. Faik from Win Wali Songo Semarang. Ladies and gentlemen, time and space, please, Pak Sobirin will be held.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man walah amma ba'dah. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here as a moderator for plenary session with my partner, Mr. Faik. Me, Muhammad Sobirin, from Saizu State Islamic University. Saizu is actually abbreviated from Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri. And Mr. Faik, he is from?
I am from UIN Wali Songo, Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities.
Okay. In this plenary session, we have two sessions actually, two segments. And there will be eight or seven invited keynote speakers who will be speaking on our topic today in this conference, pandemic COVID-19, fueled by some diverse scholars from diverse universities around the world. We have, for example, in first session, Professor Nurhal Istiawan, but unfortunately he got sick 2 days ago and just remind me that today he will not attend this conference due to the condition. And there is also in first session Professor Mulyadi Kartanegara. Hello, Prof. Are you with us? Have you joined the Zoom conference? Please, the operator, could you help us to find Professor Mulyadi in his account? I think he has joined the Zoom room. And Professor Mulyadi Kartanegara will be the first speaker in this session, and then will be followed by
Dr. Rosli Zawati Muhammad Romli from USIM Malaysia.
And the fourth speakers will be Professor Peter Riddle from SOAS University London, and also he is lecturing at Australia. And before we are going to the talks or presentation by invited speakers, let us to tell you or read some information about the speakers. The first speaker will be Pak Mulyadi, okay. Prof. Nurhal Istiawan, okay. Prof. Nurhal Istiawan actually has submitted paper and also PPT or PowerPoint to be presented in this occasion, in this conference, but he has permitted to us to not attend this conference due to his condition. And we then directly to the second speaker, Professor Mulyadi Kartanegara. His presentation, okay, can you open the PowerPoint of Professor Mulyadi? Okay. I'd like to read his curriculum vitae, brief curriculum vitae. His name Professor Dr. Mulyadi Kartanegara. He was graduated from the UCLA, United States, and he has many experiences in academic affairs, as for example in abroad, Kuala Lumpur, KL, Brunei Darussalam, lecturer of philosophy at Swiss German University, and many experience he has related to his major on Islamic philosophy, Islamic mysticism, and etc. And now, yes, he is lecturer at UIN Syarif Hidayatullah Jakarta. In this session, Professor Mulyadi will present on the secondary cause in the theological perspective, the Mu'tazilis versus the Ash'aris. Okay, hello Prof. Mulyadi. Okay, could you please try your mix?
Turn on your microphone, Prof. Turn on your microphone.
Do you hear us? Okay. Yes, bro. Operator.
Oh, sudah.
Okay. Has been unmuted. Okay, we
Okay.
invite and welcome the first speaker today for this plenary session, Professor Mulyadi Kertanegara. Time is yours.
Yes, can you display the PowerPoint, please?
Yes.
Okay.
PowerPoint.
Okay. Thank you to all the participants of this conference. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya wa din. Wassalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we have to thank God for giving us health and good conditions, and salawat and salam to our beloved Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam for his effort to bring to the earth the sacred mission of making Islam as the rahmatan lil alamin. Let me present to you my PowerPoint on the secondary cause in the theological perspective. I mean theological Islamic perspective, the Mu'tazilites versus the Ash'arites. Okay, next please. Okay, this paper initiated from the question that come to my mind, who is the real agent of any events in the world from the Islamic theological perspective? Is it God or nature? Most of us would immediately say that it is God, for God is the creator of the universe. This answer will be followed by another question. If God is the creator of the universe, does he run it directly or indirectly? My investigation will be immediately directed toward finding the answer to the above questions by Muslim theologians, the Mutakallimun, especially Mu'tazilites, the Mu'tazila and the Ash'arites, this is Ash'ari. Yeah, please.
Next.
Yeah. What is the secondary cause? What I mean by the secondary cause is the cause that mediates God and the world in the process of creating, making a process of creation, making God not as the immediate cause or agent of any cosmic events or occurrence. This secondary cause might be named nature, tabi'ah in philosophical parlance, or sunnatullah in the theological terms, or angel, malaikat in the more religious tone. In short, anything considered to be other agent than God that runs any event in the universe. This issue is quite important to discuss, considering the relevance and the logical consequences of any answer given to the above questions, especially in the contemporary context of the burning issues of the COVID-19. Next, please.
Next.
So this is an outline. Here I would like to present to you several issues as follows: the secondary cause, the theory of creation, the real agent of cosmic events, the real agents of human conduct, and the implication. Next, please. Yes. Okay, the secondary cause. Mu'tazilites. According to Mu'tazila, God does not immediately involve in any events in this world, but runs it through a kind of natural law called by them as the Sunnatullah, which they believe, based on the Quranic verses, will never change or alter. No one can alter it, not even God. For if he does that, it will violate his own word. Okay? This is so sin. When God created the universe, he instilled in everything there is in the universe a kind of nature or tobia that inheres or hides in everything and will work almost independently according to its own nature. Hence the theory of latency or kumun by An-Nazam. Okay. Now we turn to Ash'arite. The Ash'arites found Mu'tazilite theory of Sunnatullah horrible as far as God is concerned. To the Mu'tazilite statement that even God cannot change the Sunnatullah, the Ash'arite would ask them what kind of God it is he that cannot change his own creation. Read his Sunnah. No, say the Ash'arites, it cannot be the case, since this will imply the weakness of in God's side, which will not really happen since God is omnipotent. The Ash'arite figure out that the real issues lies in the Mu'tazilite conviction of the inalterability of Sunnatullah by affirming the necessity of causal nexus. To substantiate their argument against it, one of Ash'arite's figures, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, has criticized the necessity of causal nexus by rejecting in his Tahafut al-Falasifa the causality altogether. Yes, please. The theory of creation, the Mu'tazilites, to substantiate the argument of the necessity of causal nexus, the Mu'tazilites have advanced a theory of creation which is called the latency or kumun. Theory addressing God's initial creation of latent properties of things, kumun, that subsequently manifested externally, zuhur. By this, God has created the universe once for all by instilling in everything its own nature, that in turn runs its own affair almost independently from God. For example, fire has its own nature, that is the ability to burn when the condition is fulfilled. That is when a flammable thing comes to touch it. The reason behind it is that they wanted to distance God from interfering directly whatever event in the universe, or as Majid Farid puts it, to relieve God from cumbrous task of continuous intervention in the course of natural events. Here, the Mu'tazilites share the ideas with the philosopher or philosopher who consider it appropriate for God to have direct contact with this material world, the lowest world among the hierarchy of being. Yes, please. Theory of creation. The Ash'arites, meanwhile, in order to substantiate their position, the Ash'arites have borrowed from India a theory of atom, which says that the universe consists of atom, the smallest particle, which can last only for a few moments, 1 or 2 moments. So in order for the universe to survive, God has to create new atoms, replace old ones. Hence, God renews his creation continuously, and to reinforce this theory, the Ash'arite quote from the Quran verses, every day he is busy in some mighty task. It seemed to me that the purpose of this theory, which later to be called the occasionalism, is to bring God back to nature as the reaction to Mu'tazilite attempt to distance him from the worldly affairs. By this, they have repudiated the theory of latency, saying that God created the universe once for all and replaced it with the theory of atom that implies the continuous creation. Yes, please, next. Who is the real agent of cosmic events? According to Mu'tazilites, to the question who is the real agent of every event in this world, the Mu'tazilites have given certain answer. According to them, it is nature in terms of Sunnatullah that is the direct agent of the event, while God for them is the distant cause of it. Yes, God has created the universe once for all, but to run it, God has also created in it the natural law that works consistently and independently according to with its nature. I say consistently, since this natural law will not and cannot be changed by anyone, even by God Himself. It is so persistent that out of which we cannot discover natural laws scientifically in much a similar way as found in the Newtonian sense of mechanical laws. To the same question as to who is the real agent of cosmic events, for the Ash'arites, God is the only real agent of any event in this universe, as the one who creates the unceasingly atom as the most basic constituents of the universe. God cannot be replaced by any agent or cause mediating Him and His creation. It is very obvious from the numerous Quranic verses that it is God who enlivens the dead, barren earth by sending down the rain, and it is He also who creates seeds to grow and to have spring gusts out from soil, and many other verses in the same effect. Rumi says that Quran cuts down any kind of the secondary cause. There is no laws, even natural laws, that intervenes God's doing in His creation. Even when fire burns, it is God who makes it burn, not at all its own nature, as assumed by the Mu'tazilites. With this, the Ash'arites wanted to show God's omnipotence over His creation. God declares that He has power over everything. As for Mu'tazila, another important issue is who is the real agent of human conduct. So we changed not to human conduct, it's not the cosmic event. As a Muslim rationalist, they gave human reason so much power. So it is just natural for the Mu'tazilites that human beings are the real agent of their actions. Even they say that man is the creator of his conduct. Man is given the free will or freedom of choice, thereby he can conduct his life. And for that very reason, man should be responsible for whatever he does. For the Mu'tazilites, man is a moral being, but moral being can make sense only if we assume human freedom, without which how can we call someone bad or good? And it is within human capacity to understand what good is and what bad is, even without revelation, since these moral values have their own independent ontological status according to Mu'tazila. Yes, please. As a consequence of the occasionalism that emphasize God's power, there is no way that human being could in any way be the real agent of his action according to Ash'arites. In fact, in his Ibana, Imam al-Ash'ari described the arbitrary power of God in the terms that leaves hardly any scope for human initiative. There is nothing good or evil on the earth except what God has preordained. We say, as Ash'ari said, Ash'ari hold that there is no creator but God, and that the deeds of the creatures are created and preordained by God. On the human freedom, Imam Ash'ari said that voluntary actions are created by God, but acquired by human agents or imputed to Him. Creation differs from acquisition in that the former is the outcome of external, eternal power, whereas the latter is the outcome of the created power of the agents, so that the same action is said to be created by the one but acquired by another. Yes, please. On the miracle or mu'jizat, the Mu'tazila The last important issue is related to miracle, understood as something against habit, the khariqul adat. The Mustazilites will not agree with the above notion of mu'jizat. God mu'jizat, as Fazl Rahman once said, and some people say that Fazl Rahman belongs to this, is indeed the well-organized structure and running of the universe. This is the mu'jizat. According to Harun Nasution, another neo-mu'tazila, who seems to us that the breach of habit is actually caused by unknown higher cause. We don't know yet, but it should be cause that make it happen. For the Mu'tazilites, there is no need for God to change the course of the natural law, even if he is capable of doing it all. God has created the universe in a perfect and best way because he had instilled in it perfect laws that need no alteration. God for sure is the creator of the universe, but he does not create it continuously as believed by the Ash'arites. Yes, please. With their emphasis on God's omnipotence, God in principle can do anything he wills, including changing his own sunnah. What kind of God it is who cannot change his creation, they ask. The miracle is not just a possibility, but a reality in what we call the mu'jizat phenomena. For example, when God changed Moses' staff into serpents, or when he made fire cease to burn Abraham's body. To substantiate their conviction, the Ash'arites created the theory of atom called occasionalism, whereby they gave the rational argument for the miracle to happen. Concerning the changing Moses' staff into a serpent, Al-Ghazali said that it happened when, instead of creating the old same types of staff atoms, God created a serpent's atom to replace the old perishing atom of the staff. By so doing, Moses' staff transformed into a serpent. This is how Al-Ghazali tried to rationalize or give rational argument for the mu'jizat. Next, please. Okay, now we come to the conclusion, the implication. From what we have discussed above, there are some implications or lesson, if you will, that we can take from the arguments. First of all, far from being secularists, materialists, or atheists, both Mu'tazilites and Ash'arites were very religious and pious scholars who wanted to learn and explore the creation of God as injuncted in the Kitab or Sunnah. Both of them agreed that God is the creator of the universe, but they differ in viewing the nature of relation between God, the creator, and the creation. The Mu'tazilites, like philosophers, emphasized the transcendence of God. Therefore, it is not appropriate for God, to have direct touch upon the ever-changing material world. He should be kept aloof from interfering worldly affairs. Hence, although Mu'tazilites consider God as the real creator of the universe, but in administrating it, he provided with the independent, unchangeable laws called Sunnatullah. Okay. This natural law, though cannot contradict God's will, works almost independently with its running laws. Therefore, anything happens in the universe should be first referred to this God-made law as the direct cause thereof, while God as the final cause of it. Hence, it is natural event, all natural events, including the COVID-19 virus, should be first checked against and referred to this natural law, only secondly to God. We should find the cause of its genesis and spread according to and as a natural event rather than a punishment created directly by God. Meanwhile, for the Ash'arites, who emphasize more on God's immanence and close relation to the world, God is the ultimate and immediate cause of every natural event, including, of course, the pandemic. Hence, they would have interpreted the plague either as the God punishment reminder or as the triumph for human beings. Okay, for me, both parties have their own logics, and we can learn different lessons from them. And if possible, we could make a kind of synthesis out of them. From the Mutazilites, we can learn about the natural cause of pandemic, study it scientifically in accordance with the medical or chemical procedures, and take necessary measures to protect ourselves from being contracted by it, and if possible, to create its faction. From the Ash'arites, we also can learn that behind what is happening in this world, there is God, who is the real cause or agent of what happened in it. As the final cause thereof, of course, God could eradicate easily the pandemics, but He let it be for a while in order for human beings to learn more and to be humble enough before God. For even the most advanced country in terms of military power, for example, could not practically do anything better than the rest. Since the enemy is such a tiny creature that no one can see, needless to shoot it, needless to say, to shoot it dead like a bigger creature. And as a believer, we should first do our best to protect ourselves from this virus scientifically on one side, and only after that we trust everything to God, the Creator, on the other side. Is that it? Okay, so as a final words, I would quote Maulana Jalaluddin Rumi say that if you want to have a tawakkul, let tawakkal with our own works. So yeah. So we have to combine with our efforts and our trust in God. So that is for my presentation, and I apologize for any shortcomings. And akhirul kalam, billahi taufiq hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Mulyadi. It is really notable presentation. And then we are going to the second speaker, Mr. Faik, please.
Yeah, the next speaker is Dr. Rosli Zawati Muhammad Romli from University Science Islam Malaysia, USIM. She will convey a topic on theological issue of pandemic COVID-19 in Malaysia, the view of the Muslim theologian. Are you with us, Dr. Rosli Zawati?
I think she has joined the Zoom room, and he also shared with me the PowerPoint. So please, the operator, can you help Dr. Roslawati to run his PowerPoint? Okay.
Please unmute. Oh, please unmute Dr. Roslizawati. Please unmute your microphone.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you have, doctor. You have 20 minutes to deliver your topic, and then you will have a question and answer and question and answer session in the last session.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, time is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Shall I share the screen on my own or what? Okay, I think I share the screen.
Will you share your screen? Or
right. Can you see my screen or not?
No.
No? Share, okay. Now can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me as an invited speaker. This is my first experience as an invited speaker. So inshallah today I'm going to talk about theological issues of pandemic COVID-19 in Malaysia, the view of the Muslim theologian. All right. So as an introduction, Islamic theology is the foundation of the Islamic religion that discusses the concept of God in Islam, his attributes and his action. It also discusses the unseen matters such as the angels, the judgment day, and the concept of qada and qadar. Muslims have learned Islamic theology as taught by the Prophet Muhammad SAW from the ulama. So the ulama in this regard are the Islamic religion's spiritual, moral and intellectual guardians. They derive their authority from the prophetic tradition which says the ulama are the heirs of the Prophet. This is the definition of the ulama by the Britannica.com. So it is the ulama is defined as those who possess the quality of ilmu, learning in its widest sense, and their field of study includes law, exegesis, theology, and tradition of the Prophet. However, in this paper, I'm going to use the word ulama. Here refers to the established and well-known Muslim theologians in Malaysia. They are not necessarily the Malaysian Muslim theologians, but they are the Muslim theologians that is regarded as a well-known preachers or well-known theologians in the Malaysian context. So the reasons why I conducted this study is because of the pandemic. It is not only affected the Malaysians Muslims in terms of psychology. It did not affect the Malaysian Muslim in terms of economic, emotional, and mental health, but it also has challenged the Malaysian Muslim theological understanding, specifically relating to the issue of qada and qadar and human freedom of will. So as a consequence of this, some Muslims in Malaysia tend to disregard the prevention methods initiated by the government. They argued that everything that has been decreed, they argued that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has decreed everything, and thus people must not worry about being affected by the virus. And they also regard the prohibition to perform congregational prayer in mosque as a form of shirk. They emphasize that we must fear Allah, not the virus. I think this is not the issue that only unique in Malaysia, because I read in the literature that in Indonesia also some of the Malaysian Muslims are also having this view. They believe that they will not be affected by the virus if God not wills it. So as a consequence of that, they tend to ignore the SOP to prevent the pandemic, or they also regard the observance to certain SOP that affected Muslim practices as a form of politism. Okay, so the objective of the study is to identify the perspective of the Muslim theologians on the theological issues relating to pandemic COVID-19. So to do so, this paper sought to analyze the understanding of the Muslim theologian on the pandemic COVID-19 and the methods to prevent it. Okay, this is the Islamic understanding of calamity. And it is important, and this understanding of Islamic calamity is actually from the perspective of the ulama from the Ash'ari school. So basically, the calamities is regarded as a divine destiny, in which the concept of divine destiny explained that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has predetermined all creations, including human actions. He manifests what He has decreed into the real world according to His will. However, the Muslim theologians from the Ash'ari school also affirm that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala cannot be compelled to execute whatever He has decreed. He is absolutely free and powerful to do whatever He wants. So this is in line with the Quranic verse Quran, Surah Hud, verse 11, verse 107. And in line with the view that, in line with this view, so Imam Al-Ghazali claimed that no calamity or disaster could occur except by the will of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And Imam Al-Ghazali also emphasized that there are reasons behind any calamities. The reasons are, first, the calamity or disaster is regarded as a form of blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, because Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has promised to reward His Jannah to those who face the calamities and suffering but stay calm and remain faithful to Him. And second, the calamities in the view of Imam Al-Ghazali should also be seen as a form of divine punishment. Yeah? This is in line with the Quran, Surah An-Nahl, verse 112. Yeah? Because in the Quran it says that some of the punishment or some of the plague or wabak or pandemic is a result of the evil behavior of the human beings. Hence, all things, be they good and bad, happen with the will of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. However, the theologians from the Ash'ari school also affirm that human beings are not helpless. Because Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala grants them the freedom of will so that they can exercise their choice and be responsible for their action. Therefore, in facing the pandemic, Muslims are not supposed to be pessimistic and surrender to qadar and qadar. They must work for their survival on the earth and at the same time obey the Shariat and be hopeful that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala will accept their good deeds. Yeah? And furthermore, the understanding that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala has the absolute power to change the divine destiny should motivate Muslims to appeal to God to spare him from whatever calamity God has decreed for him. All right, so to understand the view of the Muslim theologians about pandemic COVID-19 and ways to prevent it, I employed a qualitative descriptive method where the data was collected through YouTube videos to identify the Muslim theologians' perspective on COVID-19 and its prevention. I also used Boolean search to filter in order to gain a more accurate and related videos by using several keywords such as Akidah, COVID-19, and Ulama. So as a result of using the Boolean search, several Muslim theologians were chosen among the well-known and established Muslim theologians who belong to the school of Al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. So therefore, the selection is not limited to the Malaysian Muslim theologians only. The data was transcribed. Yeah? I transcribed the data from the YouTube video, and then I analyze it using content analysis in order to identify the common themes. Right now, here is the profile of the Muslim theologians. They are Tuan Guru. There are four of them. The first one is Tuan Guru Baba Ismail Sepanjang Al-Fatani. He is a prominent Muslim theologian from Patani, Thailand, and a member of the Patani Councils of the Ulama. Second, Ustaz Engku Ahmad Fazil Engku Ali, a member of the Sharia Advisory Council of Pahang State. Third, Tuan Guru Sheikh Muhammad Zainul Asri Muhammad Romli, the founder of Yayasan Mujama' Darul Hadis Malaysia and a prominent Muslim preacher. And last, finally, Tuan Guru Ahmad Rozaini Abdul Rahman Al-Hajari, Mudir of Pondok Haji Shaharuddin Al-Manzili. All right, now we look at their understanding of COVID-19. Okay, so basically, based on the analysis or based on the qualitative data, I found that most of the Muslim theologians emphasize that theologically the pandemic COVID-19 happened by the will of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. So according to Tuan Guru Baba Ismail, he said that kuman bukan perkara baru. I hope our Indonesian friends can understand it because this is I transcribe in the Malay language. So kuman bukan perkara baru, ada macam-macam kuman. So dia kata punca kuman mari dari mana? Where does the virus come from? What is the hakikat of the virus? So it is from Allah. He said it is from Allah. So if we have faith in Allah, so we will accept His qada and qadar. Sebab Quran, so he cited the Quranic verse that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala creates all things. And according to Tuan Guru Baba Ismail, Allah also creates the principle of cause and effect, and He also can deny those principles. This is because of, and therefore, there is none that can prevent Allah from doing as He will. So, in his view, the pandemic is the will, happen by the will of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. So, the pandemic in this regard is qada and qadar. And similarly, Ustaz Engku Ahmad Fazil also emphasized that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala created COVID-19. To justify this argument, he explained about the hadith where the Prophet Muhammad SAW encountered or explaining about theological understanding of the origin of mange disease to a Bedouin. So, however, he also emphasized that by understanding this fact, or by understanding the fact that all disease coming from Allah SWT and that nothing happened without the will of Allah, Muslim understanding this fact, by understanding this fact, Muslim must not ignore the standard operating procedure for the prevention, containment, and management of COVID. Or Muslim must not become like the Jabarites. So he said here, tapi jangan pula sebab kita yakin hakikat penyakit daripada Allah, lalu kita tergelincir pada akidah Jabariyah. Mereka ini langsung tidak ada usaha dan ikhtiar. Okay, dah dilarang dia daripada keluar rumah, tapi dia kata kalau dia keluar rumah dan Allah tak takdirkan aku sakit, apa masalahnya? So this is the way the Jabarites perceiving or responding to the pandemic COVID-19. So Ustaz Engku Ahmad Fazil said that we must not become like the Jabarites, although we know that all things happen by the will of Allah, but this way of thinking is not in line with the theological understanding of Ahlus-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. And furthermore, he argued that there is a scientific evidence that COVID-19 can be spread through droplets and human contact. Hence, he disapproved of the view. He also mentioned about the view of some people who said that we must fear Allah. If we fear the COVID, then we are associating Allah with other things. So it is shirk. But he disapproved that because he said that there is a scientific evidence. So because of that scientific evidence, we must find ways to avoid, to prevent the spread of the virus. Okay. However, there is one interesting thing. One of the Muslim theologians, who is Tuan Guru Syekh Muhammad Zainul Asri, he had a different perspective about the origin of the pandemic COVID-19. He appears to be influenced by the conspiracy theory, for he claimed that the pandemic was driven by the political motive of the Western imperialists. He said COVID-19 adalah wabak. So at first he compared COVID-19 with cholera, with taun. However, he said that the cholera, taun, was not invented by human. He said that taun or cholera was not invented by human. It was invented by Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. But he said that hari ini orang mencipta satu virus seolah-olah dia lebih daripada Tuhan. So he regard the origins of he regard that, or he see that the virus of COVID-19 was created by man in order to challenge God's power. So the motive for such creation, ataupun the motive to create the virus, is not only to challenge the power of God, but to conquer the world. So this is the view of Tuan Guru Syekh Muhammad Zainul Asri. And I'm not sure why he had such an argument, but when I listened more on his video, apparently he believed that the virus and its prevention method was created to weaken the Muslim faith and unity. And he said that the prohibition to perform prayers like normal, as a normal, meaning that we pray like before. There is no distance in South. He said that the prevention to perform Islamic practice, especially in praying in Jama'ah, is regarded as one of the methods to weaken the disunity of the Ummah. Because he said that the Prophet said that we must pray in a row, we must We must not have a distance in order to keep the and by doing that we can keep the unity of the ummah. So that is why he believed the pandemic, the SOP to prevent the pandemic COVID-19 as one of the weapon or one of the strategies to weaken Muslims' unity. Okay. However, to be fair to him, when he also stated, although he said that the pandemic or the COVID-19 was created by men or was created by the West, whatever, but he also emphasized the importance of the Muslim to understand that everything happened by the will of Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. So, in other words, I believe that he believed that Tuan Guru Zainul Asri regarded the origins or the creation of the virus, although it appears that it was created by man, but such creation only happened by the will of Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. So therefore, he asked the Muslim to find divine wisdom behind the pandemic. Second, the divine COVID-19 is also regarded as a divine blessing and wisdom. This view is in line with the view of Imam Al-Ghazali, where Tuan Guru Ahmad Rozani and Ustaz Engku Ahmad Fazil said that we shall see COVID-19 should be seen as a form of blessing. Allah SWT has promised to grant His heaven to the believers who do not try to run away. However, the ability to appreciate and comprehend the pandemic as a blessing from Allah, according to Tuan Guru Ahmad Rozani, is depend to one state of faith. He said that only the pious can regard pain and misfortune as a flash of divine wisdom. So that these pious people will take the opportunity to repent and to enhance their spiritual attachment to Allah. However, people who follow their own hawa, we cannot see the hikmah. Third, COVID-19 is regarded as a punishment. According to Tuan Guru Baba Ismail, there is historical evidence that calamities such as drought and cholera occurred because of adultery issues and refusal to pay zakat. And therefore, he believed that, or he regarded that the calamity, in this regard, he said that the calamity will not only affect the sinners, it will also affect the pious people too. As mentioned in the Quran, Al-Anfal verse 26. Tuan Guru Syekh Zainal Muhammad Zainal Asri also shared the same view. He regarded the reason for the rising cases of the pandemic is due to the people disobedient to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. Now we look at the methods to prevent COVID-19 from the perspective of Muslim theologian. So basically, according to Baba Ismail, we must accept the fate and observe the Islamic guidelines to control the spread of the pandemic. He said that Muslims must affirm that theologically the pandemic cannot affect anyone except by the will of Allah. Our fate has been preordained. Therefore, we must not run away from our destiny. However, Muslims must observe the Islamic understanding to control the spread of disease as mentioned in the hadith. So this is he said lah, tapi dari segi syariat apabila berlaku dan tahu sebuah kampung itu kena wabak, so in order to prevent the spread of the pandemic, we have to observe the Islamic guidelines to control the pandemic as mentioned in the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad SAW. Alright. Next, Muslim must act in conformity with Islamic theological understanding of divine destiny and human free will. According to Ustaz Engku Ahmad Fadil, Muslim must not be so arrogant to the extent that they think they have power over everything, or become very pessimistic and ignore the concept of ikhtiyar or free will. Such doctrine, he said, do not confirm the Islamic concept of theology, and furthermore, there are scientific findings that prove the spread of the virus through human contact. Therefore, Muslims must observe the SOP as a form of ikhtiyar. So here we can see that although he emphasized that everything has been preordained, but we also have to our action must not in contradictory with the concept of human concept of free will, because Allah SWT give us the ikhtiyar, Allah SWT give us the effort in order for us to save ourselves, in order for us to prevent the spread of the pandemic COVID-19. Okay, repent and strengthen faith to Allah. According to Tuan Guru Ahmad Rozaini, Muslim must repent, and struggle to enhance their spiritual connection with Allah through istighfar, salawat, zikrullah, and others. And in his view, the cause for the psychological distress among the Muslims is because they do not totally believe in God. So therefore, they have, during the pandemic, they have to enhance their spiritual connection with Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. The failure to, to strengthen faith in Allah will make the Muslim see COVID as a more powerful than God. If they do not have waham, they will realize that everything. He called it waham, suspicious beliefs. They will realize everything is the creation of Allah that has no power of all against him. And he also associates the implication of waham to people who claim that God is more powerful than COVID-19. In his view, such perception is due to the people having waham in the existence of the virus. So this is quite interesting because according to Tuan Guru Ahmad Rozaini, people got distressed because they do not totally believe in God. People believe that the virus, that Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, people, simply using the argument that they do not have to observe the SOP, that Allah is more powerful than COVID. In his view, such perception rooted from people having waham in the existence of the virus or of the COVID-19. However, Ustaz Rozaini rejected the vaccination program because he believed that the vaccines contain non-halal substance. And finally, Tuan Guru Syekh Muhammad Zainul Asri think that we need to develop an Islamic SOP. Why he need to develop an Islamic SOP? Because of he regard that the current SOP that we are using against or will weaken the Muslim unity. So therefore, we need to develop an Islamic SOP. And it is also interesting because to note that in Malaysian context, people who follow Tuan Guru Syekh Muhammad Zainul Asri will see that he changed his perspective about vaccine. Before he against the vaccination program. However, in recent development, he said he considered a change of mind after discovering that many people were affected and impacted by the pandemic. And he emphasized that his action is in line with the practice of some of previous ulama who also used to change their fatwa. And he convinced the Muslim that they must not worry about committing sin if the vaccines contain non-halal substance, since the government has appointed those who have the authority and the government decision must be observed since it is regarded as Sharia. So the qualitative to discuss this, the qualitative data shows that the Muslim theologian perspective on COVID-19 are in line with the view of the Ash'arites concerning the concept of qadar and qadar. Muslim theologians in general believe that the pandemic COVID-19 has been predestined, therefore Muslims must remain calm and patient for the pandemic, be it a form of test or punishment. It contains divine wisdom and blessing to those who repent and stay faithful to the divine will. They also emphasize that the virus has no causal effect except by the will of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. However, they urge Muslims to observe the SOP or Islamic guidelines to prevent the spread of the virus and take necessary actions, precaution to avoid getting affected by the COVID-19. Hence, they reject the view of those people who appear to be influenced by the pessimistic ideologies of Jabarites. This finding shows that non-Muslim theologians, regarded the observant to the SOP, especially concerning the prohibition to perform congregation prayer in mosque as a form of shirk. None of them regard the act of observing the prohibition to perform congregational prayer as a form of shirk, because they have explained that such action is needed because there is scientific evidence that the virus can be transferred through human contact. And the observant to the SOP is viewed as a form of ikhtiar. So therefore, they regard the observant to the SOP as a form of ikhtiar to prevent the spread of the virus. And this view reflects the understanding of Ash'arites that human beings have freedom of will and not supposed to surrender to fate. The view of the Muslim theologians, so as a conclusion, the view of the Muslim theologians on COVID-19 shows that they uphold the Ash'ari understanding and teaching of the concept of qada and qadar, as well as human freedom of faith. It is also important to note that the Muslim theologian also considers scientific evidence to justify the importance to observe the SOP or Islamic guidelines in preventing the spread of pandemic COVID-19. Thus, none of the Muslim theologians approve the views that regard the observance to the SOP as unnecessary or a form of politicization. That's all from me. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. That is the presentation from Dr. Rosli Zawati about theological issue of pandemic COVID-19 in Malaysia, the view of the Muslim theologian, and she found that the opinion or the view of Muslim theologian in Malaysia are in line with the ideology or the theological concept of Ash'ari. Yes, we go to the last speaker from,
yes. After we have listened two speakers in addressing pandemic COVID-19 from the perspective of Islamic theology, Ash'ari, and then Mu'tazili, and in practice, as we have listened before from Dr. Rozilawati on Muslim clerics within Malay world, how do they respond to the pandemic COVID-19 theologically, then we will invite Professor Riddle. He will address a talk and presentation on responding pandemic COVID-19 in the perspective of Sufi commentaries. Professor Riddle, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay. Hello audience. Are you still with us? Okay. Professor Riddle, he is actually, his current position is professional research associate at SOAS University London and honorary associate at the Department of Indonesian University of Sydney. And if you are a student of Quranic Studies Department or Islamic Theology Department, you will find his names in many publications. As I see in his brief curriculum vitae, for example, the book Malay Court Religion, Culture and Language, Interpreting the Quran in 17th Century Aceh, published by Brill. And for student of comparative religion, Professor Riddle also has written the book Christian and Muslim, and also Islam in the Malay Indonesian World, Transmission and Responses, and many other publications. I think many of us from Indonesian Islamic universities have known well, have familiar with Professor Riddle. So we will come, Professor Riddle, please, it's your time to presentation.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Dr. Sobirin, for that generous introduction. Let me just check, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Good. Excellent. Look, thank you very much. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the organisers of this event and to both the UINs from Purwokerto and also from Semarang for inviting me to take part in this significant event. We're dealing with a really hot topic, obviously, and I'm really grateful that you invited me to take part. So thank you for that. And I appreciated the first two speakers, Professor Mulyadi and Dr. Rumley. They approached the question from certain angles, and I'm going to be approaching it from a slightly different angle. Professor Mulyadi gave us a fascinating comparison of the Mu'tazila and Asharite views as they relate to matters that are directly relevant to the question of COVID. And Dr. Rumley gave us a very interesting perspective on some ulama for whom she conducted comparative qualitative research. Now, I'm moving the focus from sort of historical theological thinking and the ulama. I'm moving it to the common people, to the little people, the people who have suffered very badly and who really want answers, and that's one of the reasons why this particular event is being held. So I hope that what I'm about to say will complement those very interesting discussions that came from the two previous speakers. Like Dr. Rumley, I have also done some qualitative research, but of a different kind. I really did it in two ways. I first went through the literature, through the media, and I asked myself the question, how are leading Muslim spokespeople talking about COVID? How are they explaining it in the media? And one of the things that struck me was that much of the language was language which potentially, for the little people, could inspire fear and could terrify them. So I'll just go through my slides and just show you what I mean. Southeast Asia, of course, has had a very bad beginning to the 21st century, hasn't it, with the 2004 tsunami and now the COVID pandemic. And you know, the loss of life, it's been shocking. And ordinary people, the orang kecil, the suffering is unspeakable, really. And so it seems to me that in the way that theologians and leaders are speaking to the orang kecil, it's important that they speak in ways that inspire and uplift rather than terrify. And so my question is, how are theologians speaking at the moment? And then we'll look to see how some Sufi mufassirun, how some of the commentators could perhaps help. I did a survey. I won't spend a lot of time on this because Dr. Rumley's very good talk has already addressed many of the issues that I was talking about. I took this as one example, a quote by an Islamic State spokesman, and this is terrifying. And, you know, he says, God by his will sent a punishment to tyrants of this time and their followers, which can be seen by the naked eye. Today we are pleased for the punishment of God for you. And then he called for jihad. Now, of course, that was an angry statement, and I suppose we would expect a kind of extreme statement from a spokesperson from Islamic State. What about other spokespeople? What did I find? How were they explaining the causes of the pandemic? Well, very quickly, as I say, I'm going to go over this quickly. Here's one statement by a lecturer at Gontor. Of course, the concept of the test, the divine test, which the previous speakers talked about, comes through very strongly. Here's one statement: Allah the Most Wise wants to test his servants, which of them remains upright in carrying out all God's commands. In Malaysia, where Dr. Rumley did her research, of course, Abdul Hadi Awang is a famous politician, member of parliament, leading theologian, widespread writer. And his language, again, is to talk about the test, but it's thinking from the perspective of the little people. It could be nervous, make you nervous, a test from God, and only Allah can overcome the battle against the disease. Whatever is happening is the will of Allah, and no power can change his will. Even former Prime Minister, with a somewhat more hopeful statement, he said, I believe that God will not test or burden us with something that we cannot understand. So this is still emphasizing the concept of the test, but giving a sense of hope. God won't burden us too much. Then we get this statement from one professor over there who suggested that COVID could be good for us, and that's a theme that Dr. Rumley picked up from one of her interviews earlier. Interestingly, I was interested in one of Dr. Rumley's informants, interviewees, who suggested that COVID was a conspiracy. Interesting what happened in Singapore when a similar kind of conspiracy approach was mentioned. A Singapore preacher suggested that COVID was God's retribution, punishment for China, for the Chinese, because they were oppressing Uyghurs out in Xinjiang province. Now, he was arraigned, arrested by the Singapore government and very much criticised by government people, but also by the Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura. whose spokesman said we should not assume that a tragedy is indeed God's retribution for a specific race or nation. Muhammadiyah, I picked up this statement by the well-known, obviously, Abdul Muqti of Muhammadiyah, where he contrasted in the statement I saw, he contrasted a fundamentalist approach, according to this report, which says that COVID is God's punishment, with progressive groups who said it was a man-made disaster. And of course, there are fine differences there, aren't there? Very well presented, I thought, by the two previous speakers. As far as responses were concerned, again, I'll go quickly because the two speakers have addressed this somewhat. Call for prayer, very strong call for prayer, which incidentally comes from different religious communities as well. I picked this up looking at statements by Christian spokespeople in Indonesia as well, the importance of prayer.
Recording in progress.
The importance of prayer in responding to COVID. An article in Republica calling for prayer. Again, the question of the standard operating procedures that Dr. Rumley mentioned is very central to the role of the various majlis, the gatherings of scholars, whether it's in Singapore or indeed in the Philippines or in Malaysia or in Indonesia, giving guidelines and saying, well, if it's a divine test, nevertheless, these are the steps that you need to take. All giving some help and sense of direction to the masses, the little people. And then, of course, groups like Muhammadiyah have been very involved in major relief efforts, addressing the needs of the poor. But again, I come back to this question. If the orang kecil, if the little people are told that there is a divine test, and if it is presented to them in a way which is terrifying, then that makes an already difficult situation much more difficult. And so my interest really was to ask the question, it was to do a second kind of qualitative study, to look at Sufi works of tafsir and to ask, do the Sufi works help at all? Do they give a kind of interpretation for the masses which can help them not see COVID as something terrifying, but to provide a context of optimism, a sense of hope? And I found some interesting things. Now, so my qualitative research with the Sufi tafsirs used I drew on the resources available to me, a classical one by Sahal al-Tustari from the 9th century, one by Abdul Karim ibn Hawazin al-Qushayri, again, classical commentator, one by al-Kashani, another classical commentator. These are all Sufi writers. One by the famous Ottoman Turkish writer Said Nursi, of course, who's had a major impact in the 20th century. I drew on the commentary by Hamka, and of course it's debatable. Was he a Sufi? Well, he certainly had Sufi influences in his early life, but his commentary is not a Sufi commentary as such, but it does have some Sufi elements. And then I drew on a commentary from the earliest part of the 20th century by Haji Muhammad Sa'id ibn Umar, again from Malaya, from Kedah. And I asked, well, you know, how do they help in terms of verses? What do they do with the verses they're encountering? So let's just go for a journey through some verses and to ask the question, how did those writers, those Mufassirun, how do they comment on those verses? Firstly, these all relate to divine testing. My question is divine testing a cause for fear or a cause for hope and optimism? Well, Surah Al-Mulk, 67 verse 2, who created death and life?
Recording in progress.
Talking about God Almighty, who created death and life to test you and to reveal which of you does best. Ahsanu amalan. Tustari, he says, if he's correct, but not sincere. If a person is correct in conduct but not sincere, he will not be accepted. While if he is sincere but he's not correct, he will not be accepted either. Now, the message here is really to think about surface meaning and underlying deeper meaning. So not to read the verse just literally, as the Islamic State spokesman did. The importance of faith and deeds. Outward performance of duties is important, but inward observance of the heart is also important. And that's a message that comes through quite clearly in the Sufi commentaries. Looking at Nursi on the same verse, what did he say? He said, consider this. The verse, "He who created death and life," shows that death is not annihilation, fana, and absolute non-existence. It is rather an act, a change of abode, and the spirit's liberation from its place of confinement. Now, these are words of hope. In the darkest hours, these are words of hope to the masses, giving a sense of hope. And Nursi goes on to explain how death can be regarded as a bounty or beneficial. So the message from that verse alone, really a couple of messages, is the importance to look for both surface and underlying meanings in the Quranic message, not just being satisfied with literal meanings, and death should be associated with hope and optimism, not pessimism. Let's look at another verse and see what the Sufi commentators are doing. Al-Ankabut 29 verse 2, the verse reads, "Do people think they will be left alone after saying, 'We believe,' without being put to the test?" So again, this concept of testing is coming through, which is picked up by the various ulama, as we heard from the previous speakers. So what does Tustari say? Well, he says, that is, without their being beset by affliction, truly affliction is a doorway between the people of Gnosis, Ahlil Ma'rifah, and God Almighty and Majestic is He. So you see, again, we're getting the introduction of this very Sufi idea of allegory, that is, not simply reading the surface meaning, but asking, how does it adapt? What's the allegory around this? Look for the multiple layers of meaning. Very Sufi, of course. And so Sahal is allegorizing that text. What else do we find there? Well, I've referred to Humka's excellent commentary, and he wrote, "Allah will not allow a person to profess faith without being tested. Every faith must be tested. Faith that cannot stand testing is faith by the confession of the mouth alone, not faith in the defense of the heart." And here again, we have this idea of inner and outer, inward and outward, which we found earlier. And so the lessons from these two commentators on that verse is, again, outward actions need to be accompanied by inward confessions of commitment to faith, and behind the ritualistic duties, such as the pillars, are allegorical meanings which believers should seek to understand. Let's look at a few more verses. Hud, verse 7 from Surah 11. A famous verse, of course. "It is He who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. His rule extends over the waters too, so as to test which of you does best." Well, what about Al-Kashani, famous commentator who interpreted, he was a disciple of Ibn al-Arabi, and this enters into some fairly complex Sufi thinking, but nevertheless, that's an important point for us, I think. Kashani writes, "And He it is who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. In other words," so there's the surface meaning, created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. In other words, He created the corporeal world in 6 directions, and His throne was upon the water, namely His throne, which is the first intellect, and so forth. So we're getting multiple layers of meaning in the Quranic text, reminding us that in speaking to the masses about tests, it's important to speak beyond surface meanings, and that's one device for giving a sense of hope and optimism. This is an interesting one from Haji Muhammad Said bin Omar, the Mufassir from Kedah in Malaysia. He makes this, I won't read the whole thing, but he says, "And His throne was over the water and over the wind in the respective places as it is now, and not spread over the water like a mat on a plank floor," which I have highlighted somewhere. I'll just quickly find that to see what the Malay is, if I can find it. Yes, anyway. No, I can't find it. Anyway. But anyway, you can see what he's doing there, like a mat on a plank floor. He's trying to make the message accessible to the masses. He's writing with the masses in mind. So interpreting the text, not keeping it in rarefied atmosphere theologically, but he's using accessible language. So, message, the importance of bringing the faithful on the journey with the exegete, opening their eyes to realities that might not occur to them through allegory, this important idea of allegory from the Sufi thinkers. Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 216, that's a famous one again. Of course, it was quoted by one of the speakers I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. This idea of you may dislike something, although it's good for you, or like something, although it's bad for you. Well, Al-Qushayri introduces this important idea of the lower selves and the higher selves. He says, the engagement with fighting is difficult for the lower selves. Happiness lies in opposing the lower selves. Happiness lies in conforming to the hearts. So in other words, again, it's this multi-layered Sufi idea of each of us has a lower self, our baser instincts, and that their happiness is not to be found. We should aim for happiness of the heart according to the higher selves. Again, it's emphasizing this idea, just don't read the surface, literal meaning. I'll skip over this one because time is short, but the lessons from these verses so far is happiness lies in opposing the lower selves and aspiring to a higher plane of the heart. And there's an end to suffering, which is a cause for hope. In the midst of suffering, believers should be prayerful and worshipful in pursuing their normal lives. I've got two more examples to look at. The first one relates to the famous verses in Surah Sad that relate to the Prophet Dawood and the test that the Prophet Dawood was subjected to, was set. Verse 21, have you heard the story of the two litigants who climbed into his private quarters? And it goes on to verse 25, where Allah says, we forgave him his misdeed. His reward will be nearness to us, a good place to return to. Interesting, isn't it? So how does Ibn al-Arabi, or al-Kashani, his disciple, how does he explain that? He says, and did the news of the adversaries reach you when they scaled the sanctuary? And David thought that he was convinced that we had tested him with the wife of Uriah. He then sought forgiveness from his Lord by abstaining from his sin of need. And he turned to God in annihilation of himself. Fana, there's that word again. So we forgave him for that, concealing his attributes with the light of our attributes. And this raises the important question about the exact nature of the divine test, which I think connects with Professor Mulyadi's fascinating presentation earlier. And I'll come back and we'll just look at that now. And that is this. There seems to be ambiguity surrounding the nature of the divine test, and I think, as I say, Professor Mulyadi's contrasting of the Mu'tazila and the Ash'arites brings this out. The question is, does Allah test the faithful by deliberately placing temptation in their way, or are such temptations the result of free choice by the faithful, with the test being how the faithful will deal with their own bad choices? And there, of course, we're hearing elements of the Mu'tazila Ash'arite debate, aren't we? Okay, going on to, I think this is the last slide and the last example I will use, again referring to tests, from Ali Imran 3 verse 29, say, God knows everything that is in your hearts, whether you conceal or reveal it. He knows everything in the heavens and the earth. God has power over all things. And how does al-Qushayri deal with that? He says, there's nothing that escapes his knowledge. So do not be grieved by any calamity that afflicts you. Soon he will bring you succor and response. And soon the affliction and trial will disappear. He will hasten his assistance and protection. But this is a real message of hope, that in enduring trials and tribulations, it's important to remember that God is in charge and will lead us out of the calamities that are part of life. So, as I drew my paper to a close, and also draw this presentation to a close, I really want to assemble together the lessons that I have taken from the various Sufi commentaries that I've looked at in relation to those selected verses, just a few verses really, and remembering that my primary goal here is looking for ways that the Sufi commentators, asking the question, did the Sufi commentators provide a message on these verses in a way that gives a sense of hope and optimism and is uplifting to the Orang Kecil, or are their messages likely to inspire fear and terror as sometimes happens from some of the comments out there about the COVID pandemic? Well, the messages are, to quickly go over them again. Firstly, it's important to consider both surface and underlying meanings in the Quranic message, not just literal readings of the verses, as I think the Islamic State spokesman did. Outward actions need to be accompanied by inward commitment in faith. So behind the ritualistic duties, such as the Arkan al-Islam, there are allegorical meanings which believers should seek to understand. It's important to bring the faithful on the journey with the exegete, opening their eyes to realities that might not occur to them through allegory. Happiness lies in opposing the lower selves and aspiring to a higher plane of the heart. There is an end to suffering, which is a cause for hope. In the midst of suffering, believers should be prayerful and worshipful in pursuing their normal lives. And this is a message, as I say, that I also get out of the statements by some religious leaders of other religions in Southeast Asia as well. Ambiguity surrounds the nature of divine tests. Does Allah test the faithful by deliberately placing temptation in their way? Or are such temptations the result of free choice by the faithful, with the test rather being how the faithful will deal with their own bad choices? And that can be discussed in the context of Professor Mulyadi's talk, of course. Death should be associated with hope and optimism, not fear and pessimism, and enduring trials and tribulations is important. It is important to remember that God is in charge and He will lead us out of the calamities that are part of life. And with that, I end my talk. Thank you very much for having me and for listening.
Let's give applause to all speakers. Thank you very much for the presentation, and then we are going to the next session, Q&A session, question and answer session. I invite you as audience to address question, please. Is there anyone of you? We have actually a question through Zoom chat room addressed to Professor Mulyadi and Dr. Rosilawati. I will read the question. Will you say that we, Muslim, must to see the COVID-19 as problem of theology and science, causa prima and causa second? And the following question, maybe we must to explore behind COVID-19 phenomena, what happened with Muslim perspective or paradigm, any wrong or not? Professor Mulyadi.
Yes, wait, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think so. Yeah, we should deal this pandemic according to scientific approach and also theological approach. I think this is the good combination between faith and science. I mean, so I agree that there is something called maybe Sunnatullah, or the nature that surround the universe, of course, in accordance to God's orders. So we cannot just eliminate the natural approach or scientific approach to deal with these. But above that, we also believe that God is the powerful, and He can finally can maybe relieve us from this calamity. But as long as we are human being, as the free agents, I believe that human being has a free choice, of course limited, but you should exercise this ikhtiyar, and the best you can. You have to, I mean, you have to follow the procedure in order to avoid the pandemic, but not simply that. You have also to trust God. So I believe in trust with your works. So do something, and then after you exert all your effort, that then you can trust. Like yes, if you God's will. I mean, because God said that God will not change someone or some nation unless you change it. So, and also, Jalaluddin said that human being is the one who received the al-amana, and the al-amana means also ikhtiyar, which is the free will of choice. And if you want to thank God, you have to exercise your free choice. So in between, I think you cannot just passively or fatalistically trust God and you do not do nothing. You have to do your best in order to protect yourself from this disease. But after that, then we trust God. And like anything else, actually, it's not just about disease. This is about risk. You have to exert your effort and then trust God. So I think this is should be dealt with theologically and also scientifically. And yeah, so that is my opinion about that. And what else? Okay, I think that is my answer to that question. So it is, yes, we have to approach from both theological and scientific approach. Okay, is there any other questions?
Any other question, please? The participant in this hall, if you have any question, just raise your hand. Okay. Actually, the question is addressed to every speakers. So, okay, Dr. Sukender, raise his hand. Please. Unmute your.
A question from Nurul Uzma. Ini untuk siapa? Oh, to everyone. Yeah, Dr. Sukender. Mr. Sukender, you have a question?
Yeah, just want to give my opinion on the matter that being discussed. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you, Professor Mulyadi and also Professor Igor. I just want to involve in this discussion first. In my opinion, this is just to give the opinion to orang kecil, like Pak Rizal said, that indeed Allah Ta'ala want to test us. It is promised that Allah وَلَيَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ مِنَ الْخَوْفِ, and to the end, indeed Allah will test us, and the result of the test, of course, is just to know we pass the test or not. If we pass the test, of course, our level will be higher. Yeah, it's our level. The test in this world, in this dunya, we're passing the test to in university, passing the test in everything. Yeah. So the biggest the test, it means that the biggest gain that we will have. Just like the hadith Rasul says that Ashadun nasi bala'an humul anbiya sumal amsal sumal amsal. The best people are the prophets, the al-anbiya, and they are the people who get the best, very hard, the hardest test of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then also there is a saying, also the hadith saying that inna aita bil jajama aita bil bala, meaning that the volume of the jaza, the volume of the blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in line or in the test that Allah gives us. And then the hadith continues by the saying, inna Allah ta'abba qawman ibtalahum. Allah, if He loves people, He loves us, will give us the test. Because by having the test, that it is a chance, it's an opportunity for us to rise our level in front of Allah and also in front of our people. So that's the thing that I inform to the people. I give also some pengajian and something like that. Just give them the optimism that this is by giving this Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then we'll rise our level, to the best. To be the best human being. Thank you, Pak Mulyadi. I think that's my opinion. And thank you also, Pak Riddle.
Yeah, please, Professor Riddle, maybe you have some saying about this. I'll respond to him later, after you, please.
I will do my best, but unfortunately, there was some interference in the line, so I didn't get everything that the speaker said. Maaf, Pak, yeah, but it was I got some, but I'm not sure I got the main point. I mean, I suppose. Look, let me make a comment, and this may not be answering your question because I'm not sure what your question was, but. In thinking about the sort of nature of testing, and I'm quite intrigued by the point I raised, that is the divine test the calamity, or is the divine test our response to the calamity, or is it everything? And of course, Prof. Mulyadi's, contrasting the Mu'tazila and the Asharite view on that was very helpful. But my perspective would be that human beings, we are set apart as creatures, aren't we, by being given this powerful intellectual capacity, rationalist capacity. And so I struggle with an idea that we are given this rationalist intellectual capacity, but it's all sorted out anyway. So I'm coming from the perspective personally of accepting the concept of a divine test, but the greatest test is how we respond to the challenges in front of us. The calamity occurs, the tsunami occurred, there is climate change taking place around us, which is caused by very bad human decisions relating to, carbon and various bad practices we have in the earth. We have created the calamity. How we're responding to it, God is watching us. So that's where I'm coming from, but I'm not sure that responds to the question. I'm sorry, Professor Mulyadi, maybe you heard the question more clearly than I did.
No, neither me. But I'll try to answer this. Okay. So, for example, first of all, I think we can learn from Mu'tazila and also Ash'arites. Mu'tazila, given the rational explanation about nature, that nature runs in a certain way, and this is belong to God. I mean, wisdom. God did not create this universe haphazardly, or chaotic. No, it is in the system, and this system can run very, very well. And for that reason, science can be discovered. Otherwise, how can we find for example, the natural law or even the mechanical law? But of course, not only that. We know from quantum physics that Newtonian mechanical law does not. happen to all the level of being, you know, in subatomic level, you know, does not occur that. I mean, so there's between the, you know, like the power of God and also the arrangement of this universe, you know. Rumi said that actually in reality, in the deepest hearts of the creation, God creates freely. But God also creates a kind of regularity in order for human being to learn something, you know. But I mean, you cannot just depend on or believe in the natural law as such, but you also can put to the final analysis God's power, you know. God has its own way to create, and I mean, it is possible for him to change, but is it necessary for him? You know, so, you know, Mu'jizat maybe, you know, the occasion when he breaks the law, you know. But for the most of time, you know, there is a certain order that's captured by Mu'tazila. I think we should learn from Mu'tazila also, because it is actually happened in the universe. According to Ikhwanus Sofa, God has created the universal intellect as the principle of certainty, of principle of consistency or permanence. But God also has created the universal soul, the principle of change. So between change and the permanence, that is the, you know, the way universe was guided or run by God. So there's an interplay between God's power and also natural law and also human freedom, I think. You know, I believe in human freedom, because otherwise, how can human being called the moral beings, you know, unless we have freedom, you know? If all this thing was done by God, why we are responsible for whatever you do, you know? So in certain way, I mean, certain limited capacity we have the, I mean, free choice, and then whatever you choose will have the consequences. And this is what Jalaluddin Rumi said, takdir. Takdir is the kind of law of life, that if you do this, you have the consequence of this. So I mean, you have to be responsible for whatever you choose. But believing in God power as such, I think it's not real. I mean, it's not true also, you know. I mean, like you said, well, that is in God's hand, but you have to do something, you know, to avoid that, you know. Like, for example, preserving your health is very important. Not because, but you cannot just believe that, well, I mean, if that will come, whatever you do. No, I think that human action have some efficacy for you know, for bringing you health, or also in avoiding this disease. You know, I myself tried my best to, I mean, to protect myself from this pandemic. While I also believe that whatever happened to us, you know, we should accept, you know, after all you do, that you should try. I mean, to trust God. This is my position, you know, that we have to try our best, and the rest, God will do the rest. So I think we can learn, I mean, from these Mu'tazilites and Ash'arites equal, you know, because with Ash'ari, we believe that there is a power above the powers, you know. But from Mu'tazila, we also understand that this universe ran in a certain way and consistently, and you should follow that. And that's what I believe. Okay. And also for the trial, I think God has given us example. For example, the prophet Job, you know, I mean, he suffered from that disease, you know. Never, I mean, nobody compared to his, you know, to his disease as a trial, but he still, I mean, believe in God, and he still be patient. And this is just to give the barometer or parameter for us whether we patient enough in accepting this trial from God. So I think Quran give us that example. And I also agree with Professor Reader that how we respond to the test is also have its own merits, whether we responded correctly or correctly. So that is what I don't know if I answered your questions, but this is my perspective. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe there is another questions from audience, online audience or offline audience, please.
Dr. Rosilawati, would you like to respond in Malaysian context?
Yeah, please.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, moderator. I actually totally agree with the view with Professor Dr. Mulyadi. And for me, in dealing with COVID-19, in dealing with the pandemic COVID-19, we have to, we cannot separate, we're not looking into the pandemic from one perspective only. Because if we look into, like for example, if we look into the pandemic from the scientific perspective, from the logical reasoning only, we will become like the Qadari. We think that we have control over everything. Then it will cause a psychological distress, like what the Muslim theologians in Malaysia have said. And if we however, if we regard the pandemic COVID-19 as solely from the perspective of theological only, then we will, end up like the Jabari, because we think that nothing can, that the pandemic cannot affect us without the will of God. Yeah, principally, there's nothing can affect us without the will from Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. But we cannot totally reject the Sunnatullah, the principle of cause and effect created by Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. And if we become like the Jabarites, what will happen is that we will, we cannot stop, or we cannot we cannot prevent the spread of the virus effectively, from this point of view. Because, so that's why we cannot, we have to look into the issue of pandemic COVID-19 from both perspectives, from the theological perspective as well as from the scientific perspective. Because as Professor Mulyadi have said, science does not contradict the religion. Science does not contradict religion. So that's why it is vital for us to really look into this issue from both perspectives, both from the theological perspective and from the scientific perspective. I would like to respond a bit concerning the question asked by Dr. Sukendar. Sorry if I didn't pronounce your name correctly. I also did not get the total, this question because of the interaction of the internet. But for me, if we are dealing, I'm not sure if I'm. This is also concern what has been presented by Professor Reader as how are we supposed to deal with explain about COVID-19 to the orang kecil or the people who are already distressed with the pandemic. And I agree with Prof. Reader that one of the way of approaching, or one of the way of how we to explain about the pandemic, we need to give hope to these people, to this group of people, instead of telling them that these are the divine punishment, because they are already in the distress situation. So by doing that, or by telling them that this is divine punishment, I'm afraid that they will lose totally lose their hope or doing something that against the Islamic teaching, such as killing themselves or doing things that against God's orders. I think that's all from me.
Yes, may I have an observation, please, because it is important for us to, I think, strengthen our attitude, punishment from God of those who evildoer, for example. But the fact, I think more than 400 kiais was start this. Will we say that this is punishment for those who evildoer while they are kiais? This is the leader of santrens. More than 400 they struck by this and died. So we have to strengthen the idea that this is punishment from God, and disregard all this health procedure. I think we should be rational enough, to follow that. You have to understand the mechanism of how this virus, affected our body, and then from that, we should try to find out the way of avoiding these. For example, the immune system is very important. And if you are stressed because of that, and this will, like degrade your immune system. So, you should be still optimistic while doing, your best. You're still optimistic. You should be happy as possible, So this is, I think, we should change our, our perspective on this. This pandemic is like punishment for those who do evil. Not necessarily, because the fact that there are many ulama struck by this, And also, I remember one maybe hadith or tradition saying that in the age of Sahaba, the companion of the Prophet, one of them can see the ta'un, from inner eyes, and he asked the ta'un, the pandemic, where we are going. He said, I will go to certain village and I kill 2,000 people or 20,000 people. But the result was, it's not only 20,000 people, but it's 50,000 people. And then the man, upon returning the ta'un, he asked, you said you will kill only 20,000 people, but in fact you killed 50,000 people. He said, you know what? It is actually 20,000 people killed by the disease, but the rest is because of their fear. So, if you fear so much, it will affect your immune system that will be, prone to that disease. So, between, you trust God and still have hope, being optimistic is very important in dealing with this. So, it is in between, between iman and also between your reason should work together. That is my opinion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mulyadi. If I could just add to that, from both of your comments, actually, it really is important, it seems to me, that the ulama exercise responsibility in how they talk about who's to blame. The case in Singapore was a good example where, this preacher said, the Chinese are to blame because they're persecuting Uyghurs, Muslims, the Uyghur Muslims. The ulama that you mentioned, Dr. Roslizawati, who said that it's the fault of the West. Well, everybody's suffering. The whole world is suffering. And actually, when there is this level of mass suffering among the orang kecil, whether they're Western, Eastern, Malaysian, Indonesian, whatever, this is the time for the world to work together, not to blame some imaginary other, which can then cause social conflict. So I don't know how we get, and it's not only some ulama who are irresponsible. There's lots of irresponsible talk out there, but it's important that it be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If I still want to add, the vaccine things, some people say that vaccine is like forbidden or something like that. The fact that when Indonesian government enforced the vaccine to many people, like that, now we can see the reduction of this nowadays, this few days or few weeks, after many people getting vaccine. So this is the I think the scientific facts that vaccine has effects to that. So you cannot just lose your mind, just believe in the power of God and we disregard all these things. You should work together. That's what I believe.
Okay. There is actually another question, but our time is up. We have limited time, even though the talk is really interesting and I think inspiring into other topic. But we have another session after this session. So we wanted to close this session by giving applause to speakers and all audience. Thank you very much, Professor Riddle, Professor Mulyadi, and Dr. Rosilawati. Keep in touch with us. Inshallah, we will have another talk on the following project or following anything related with the journal, especially Theosophia.
But before you close, can I say something?
Yes. Okay, please.
Yeah. It just to straighten the record, I graduated not from UCLA, but from the University of Chicago, America. So both master and doctor, I graduated from the University of Chicago, not UCLA, California. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much once again. Thank you so much, Prof. Riddle, Dr. Roslizawati, and Professor Mulyadi Kartanegara. I hope we will have you again in future. I think this session is enough. So from us, I'm Muhammad Faik and me, Muhammad Sobirin. As Akhirul Kalam, I think this session is enough because we will have a session 2 with different speakers. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Mr. Lutfi and Ms. Afaf, it's your time to manage the discussion for the next session of this plenary.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for making it possible to with Professor Rida and also others. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Ushuluddin dan Humaniora UIN Wali Songo sebagai fakultas yang unggul dalam riset ilmu-ilmu pokok keislaman dengan berbasis pada kesatuan ilmu, menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran ilmu-ilmu pokok keislaman, meningkatkan mutu riset, serta menggali dan mengembangkan nilai-nilai kearifan lokal untuk kemanusiaan dan peradaban di masa mendatang. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora mempunyai 5 program studi S1 dan 1 program studi S2. Program studi Akidah dan Filsafat Islam. Program studi Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir. Program studi Tasawuf Psikoterapi. Program studi Agama-Agama. Program studi Ilmu Seni dan Arsitektur Islam, dan program studi S2 Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora juga mempunyai fasilitas-fasilitas untuk menunjang riset dan proses belajar mahasiswa, di antaranya perpustakaan, laboratorium terapi center, laboratorium ICT, dan laboratorium film production. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora untuk menunjang bakat minat mahasiswa memiliki beberapa unit kegiatan mahasiswa, antara lain Jam'iyah Hamalah Quran, teater metafisis, Ushuluddin Language Community, Ushuluddin Sport Club, Lembaga Pers Mahasiswa IDEA, dan RGM 1FM Radio.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora dengan berbasis kesatuan ilmu pengetahuan menyelenggarakan pendidikan dan pengajaran, melaksanakan penelitian, menggali kearifan lokal, mengkaji khazanah keislaman dengan berbagai dimensinya. Ada ilmu akidah dan filsafat Islam, ada ilmu Al-Quran dan tafsir, ada ilmu tasawuf dan psikoterapi, ada studi agama-agama, ada ilmu seni dan arsitektur Islam. Semuanya diselenggarakan dalam rangka menjawab tantangan zaman, menyelesaikan problem kemanusiaan dan peradaban yang terjadi pada saat ini dan pada masa-masa yang akan datang. Untuk itu, marilah kita semua bergabung dengan Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora Universitas Islam Negeri Wali Songo Semarang.
Fakultas Ushuluddin dan Humaniora, your future, our vision.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise for Allah who has given us His mercy and blessings so we still can attend in this international conference, and peace may be always upon to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who is with his guidance lead us to the enlightenment era. Thank you so much for the participant who still attending this second session of plenary session in the third international conference on Ushuluddin and Humanities. In Humanity Studies, religion in the time of pandemic, an outlook of Islamic mysticism, theology, philosophy, psychology, and ethics. Okay, so before we start this session, let us introduce ourselves. My name is Afaf Musyaidah from State Islamic University, Professor Kiai Haji Saifuddin Zuhri Purwokerto, and I'm accompanied by my partner.
I'm Lutfi Rahman from Ushuluddin and Humanities Faculty, State Islamic University, Wali Songo, Semarang.
Thank you, Mr. Lutfi. And the audience, we still have 4 brilliant speakers in this session. The first is Dr. Haji Abdul Muhaya MA from the Faculty of Ushuluddin and Humanities, State Islamic University, Wali Songo, Semarang, and then Associate Professor Dr. Bitania Kartika MA from International Islamic University, Malaysia, and Dr. Maryam Bahtiar from Islamic Assad University, Ahvaz, Iran, and the last but not least speaker is Abdul Razak Mustafa, BS PhD from Kwara State College of Arabic and Islamic Legal Studies, Nigeria. So before we start the speaker to deliver their presentation, I will read the few housekeeping notes so we can attend this session with managed and very systematic. Okay, the first note is that each presenter in this session will have a total 20 minutes for the presentation, and all speakers will be introduced by moderators. And then after our presentation, deliver their presentation, there will be time for 2 or 3 questions from the audience. And if you have any question for the presenter, please raise your virtual hand and turn on your microphone when I call you to ask a question, or you can text your question in the chat room. And without further ado, we will welcome our first speaker, Dr. Haji Abdul Muhayya MA, please.
Okay, Dr. Abdul Muhayya, as you know, we can see from the Zoom screen. I think he is there just to check his sound. Are you with us, Dr. Abdul Muhayya? Assalamualaikum, Dr. Abdul Muhayya. Just to check the sound.
Hello.
Yeah, I think your voice is too low, Dr. Muhayya. Would you please set it up so we can hear your voice clear?
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's still too low to hear.
Kuat mati kuat. Apa sih? Kamu kan yang mati. Halo, assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Where is my voice?
I think your voice is still too low, Dr. Muhayya, so we cannot hear clearly.
Hello?
Yeah. What do you think, audience? Is that okay? Yeah, I think that's better. Okay, before going to your presentation, let me just briefly introduce your CV to the audiences. Dr. Abdul Muhayya is Associate Professor of Graduate Studies, State Islamic University, Wali Songo. He was Dean of Ushuluddin Faculty.
Halo, assalamualaikum. Orang masuk.
Yeah, let me just continue. He was.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Yeah, I think that's clear, Muhayya. He was a former director of quality assurance in Wali Songo. He finished his study of Islamic philosophy at Ushuluddin Faculty. He got his master on Islamic studies McGill University and finished his doctorate from UIN Jakarta. His academic specialization is in Islamic philosophy, Islamic mysticism, Sufism, and Islamic theology. And going to introduce the discussion, I think in the first session, we discussed a lot about how pandemic and Sufism are seen as the divine testing, for example. And now we go to a bit different from the first perspective that in this pandemic era, we are challenged or faced by the new media, and then this media will to some extent lead us to the ideology presented in the media, one of them is the radicalism ideology. So Pak Muhaya, I think, will try to connect how the role of Jatman, the assembly of Nahdlatul Ulama Sufi orders, in facing the ideology of radicalism. So, without further ado, let's welcome our first speaker, Dr. Abdul Muhaya. Please, time is yours, Pak Muhaya.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Halo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you very much. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wa imamil mursalin. Sayyidina wa habibina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Wala haula wala quwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Amma ba'du. Dear all speakers, my respect to all participants in this seminar. Thank you to the committee, and it is my honor to be with you all. And it is also my pleasure to share my result of research concerning the rule and strategy of ulama of Jam'iyah al-Tariqah al-Mu'tabarah an-Nafiyah, or Jatman, we call it, in countering the movement of radical Islamic ideology. In fact, we still, focus our discussion on the topic of pandemic, but it is not pandemic as a disease, but it is pandemic from ideological perspective. Because when we talk about radical movement, Islamic radical movement, it means that we talk about the disease occur in this world, and we also talking about human living, and also about the future of human civilization. Okay. Jatman is the largest Tariqah organization in Indonesia and has members spread across various region of Indonesia. It means that it is very important religious organization in Indonesia, and because it has members spread across the various regions of Indonesia. As a Tariqah organization, Jatman's members have a very strong religious spiritual ties, as well as submission and obedience to their mursyid, or to their leader. Because you know that according to the Tariqah, what is the doctrine coming from the leader or coming from the mursyid is like a secret divine. It is almost like secret divine. Therefore, if the Jatman, as we know that it is an organization for the soul purification, but in fact, Jatman has applied a very, very important role in the political issues. In 2010, yes. In 2010, Indonesia experienced political turbulence caused by, first, the emergence of different interests and the different political orientation of the elite. And second, the advent of smartphone that make it easy for the people to get new information very, very easy, new information quickly and easy. And third, the strengthening of understanding of Islamic radicalism that threaten the sovereignty of state. It means that radical Islamic ideology become a pandemic. Disease spread rapidly throughout the world. In such condition, Jatman as organization play an active role in countering the movement of radical Islamic ideology through national and international activity. Okay. The focus of my presentation today is there are two major issues of this presentation. First, what kind of role did Jatman play in rejecting Islamic radicalism? The second, what is the strategy of Jatman in rejecting the notion of Islamic radicalism? I choose the method I adopt the method using by Holstein. He said that the national rule is very important and it is the core of international rule of the country. So the national rule is applied very important to the international rule of the country. And therefore, I try to see the rule of this organization, I mean Jatman organization. And according to Madonsa, this is of course a professor who is specialized in management from McGill University. He said that good leadership must have three rules, namely task rule, and the second is social rule, and the third is charismatic rule. So what is the meaning of task rule? The task rule here include the organization should become an idea initiator, information seeker, information provider, problem clarifier, summarizer of the problem, consensus tester. While the social rule behavior are, this is harmonizer. So the organization should play as harmonizer, gatekeeper, supporter, compromiser, and standard monitoring. And the charismatic rule is a very vital because it brings about significant organizational change, especially in its follower, by creating change in their goal, values, belief, and aspiration. So this is the first. What is the strategic mean here? Strategic is envisioning future plus developing action to achieve that kind of future. I mean, strategy here is how to get there. There mean vision and mission of the organization, of course. So in this case, I would like to try to make a clear picture about the action, the concrete action of the Jatman organization to achieve that kind of vision and mission related to the Islamic radicalism. Okay. This is the first, the task rule of Jatman. Jatman as an idea initiator. This is. Jatman always emphasized the teaching of peaceful Islam and emphasized the concept of Tawhid as human unity in diversity. This concept of Tawhid is very interesting because Tawhid here is interpreted in the ontological dimension rather than theological formulation. Because Tauhid here is the concept of human unity in diversity. Yeah. And the second, Jatman make the theme of peaceful Islam an important core of discussion of international Sufi forum. For example, in his paper, what is the paper of Islam, Al-Islam li Salamil Alami, presented by Dr. Adam Saidov, Al-Wihdat Al-Islamiyah wa Khillil Al-Munaza'at Bainal Ummah, presented by Professor Dr. Abdul Malik, and At-Ta'yiz Silmi Bainal Muslim wa Ghairihim fi Baladil Wahid wa Khillil Niza'at Bainahum, presented by Dr. Mustafa Abu Sufi from Jami'ah Al-Quds, and the other papers. This is a very, very important, what is a discussion or thema in such kind of international forum. And the second, Jatman, and Jatman offer, they give a new method in countering radical Islamic ideology. Yeah. What is mean new method here? There are two main issues that cause political turbulence in the Islamic world, according to the, Jatman discussion at that time. The first is the failure of to understand of the concept of jihad. So misunderstanding about the concept of jihad among the Muslim. The second is about the ignorance of understanding the concept of infidel or takfir. So this is the core of political turbulence in Islamic world. These two, according to the discussion. And in this seminar or this forum, International Sufi Forum, Ulama Sufi Forum, the ulama or the presenter try to, to clarify or to make, we call it tashkih, try to make a tashkih. What is the concept, the true jihad according to Islam? What is the concept takfir according to Islam? Is truly not from the perspective that, surrounding among the community. No, not according to the common people. So they conclude that the occurrence of chaos in the Southwest is caused by the error or misunderstanding of religious opinion related to the especially understanding of jihad and takfir. That's why in this seminar, they talk very seriously about what is the jihad. So, what is the aim of the jihad? What is the shurut of the jihad? This makalah presented by Ibrahim Rashid Al-Murihi, Al-Hasad Lima'na as-sahih lil jihad. Al-Hasad Lima'na as-sahih lil jihad. This is the title of makalah at that time, or makalah or paper. The second, Jatman make a counter discourse on the issue of takfiri. It is a very important issue in the teaching of radical Islamism. In Islam, the position of man is noble beyond the glory of the Kaaba. The human dignity can also be seen from the message of the Prophet in the Haji Wada. The Prophet said that human soul, human property, human honor are very noble and glory. So as a Muslim, we have to respect that kind of human. This is. Judgment also apply as information provider and problem clarifier related to the case. I mean, here is Islamic fundamentalism. Yeah. Judgment must carry out tasks that they align with Ahli Sunnah wal Jamaah ideological principle, namely having a moderate on understanding religious concept and prioritizing the unity or peace of human life. Because Ahlu Sunnah wal Jamaah mean al-Jamaah mean we have to, what is it? Make the first about unity and peace of human life. Yeah. That's why the scholar of Ahlu Sunnah, including Jatman, should strengthen the network among the scholar, among ulama of the Sunnah all over the world. Yeah, all over the world, not only in Indonesia. Yeah. The ulama network was also used to discuss about the dangers of extremism and how to deal with it. So in this case, of course, Jatman plays as an information provider and also problem clarifier. Jatman also, this is what is a social rule. Jatman also, what is it, applies, not only applies, what is it, in social task rule, but also applies social rule, namely Jatman as an harmonizer. Jatman promote the discourse of harmonious relation between religion and state with the spirit hubul waton minal iman. The theme of harmonization of religion and state is the core of the international meeting of Sufi ulama. In summary, the relationship between religion and state is, what is it? Each other needs other. I mean, the state needs religion and the religion needs state. Yeah. Therefore, the Jatman force to all of the participants, namely all of Ikhwan, in order to promote the discourse of harmonious between religion and state. This is, yeah. And this is become, what is it? Main core of the meeting at that time. In fact, in the meeting of international Sufi scholar in 2019, it proved that Jatman has been able to act as an harmonizer for Tariqah Muqtabalah around the world. This evident by formation of international forum for Sufi scholar, which is led by Habib Lutfi. The second, Jatman as a gatekeeper. We might know that this rule. We can see this rule from the recommendation of international Sufi ulama meeting. There are nine statements or 9 principles. The first, the state is place to practice religion. The second is the state is primary need and without it, the general benefit of living will not be realized. The third, defending the country is a manifestation of love of the country, even related to the quality of iman. Defending the state an obligation for all citizens, wajib. Defending the country start from a spiritual self-awareness with the guidance of ulama. So this is what they said, the strategy. So when we try to, what they said, defend our country, we have to consult with our ulama. Defending state is not limited to protecting the country from enemies or just military tasks, but rather an effort to progress the country in all aspects of the life. 7, defending the state reject the existence of terrorism, radicalism, and extremism in the name of religion. And to realize defending the state, 4 pillars are needed, namely scientists, government, economic power, and media. And the last but not least, the state defense is manifestation of Islam rahmatan lil alamin. C, judgment as a compromiser. In this case, I would like to share with you that judgment realized that the state and religion should not be clashed. Both must have a symbiotic relationship mutualism. So we cannot separate it. This is what I said about religion, and this is about the state, the nation. This discourse was discussed by Professor Riyad Bazu from Lebanon. Yes, this is. And the following rule is the judgment of what they say, try to emphasize the ideal standard for the state. According to judgment, the ideal state is state that can unify the ummah. So the ummah, unity of ummah has become the core or the goal, the final goal of the state. The unity of ummah must be based on the principle of ukhuwah Islamiyah. Ukhuwah Islamiyah namely here is the brotherhood based on love, which is love based on Islamic law, of course. So love here is very, very important, the word love here. The ideal standard of state is state of Medina, which was found by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because in this state, according to Islam, the state is a tool to create brotherhood in the unity of the people. To achieve this principle, the principle of mutual help is needed. Give each other advice and do not behave destructively, and guarantee freedom in expressing culture and religion. The agreement of Madinah or Mithaq Alul Madinah about the status of our prophet as the highest leader in solving the problem is an effective strategy in maintaining the integrity the integrity of unity of the state. Because methodologically, the command to obey Allah and Messenger and return to the dispute to Allah and His Messenger are also effective teaching in resolving conflict issues. Yeah. This method was tested effectively at the time of the Prophet. So this is the ideal standard of state according to Jatman. The charismatic role of Jatman charismatic is proven as follows. The first, Habib Lutfi as a leader, as the top leader of Jatman, is very concerned with the transnational ideology, with transnational ideology that are emerging and strengthening in Indonesia. This awareness promote to him to take an action to defend the state. Yeah, this is the first. And second, Habib Lutfi promote the vision of peaceful and united Islam to realize compassion for the universe, not only for the human, but for the universe. And the third, the seriousness and activeness of Habib Lutfi, along with other Jatman figure and overseeing activities entitled defending the country is proof, an example that can inspire the follower or Ikhwan of the Tariqah. So what is the strategy used by Jatman to overcome such kind of the problem, our national problem? There are three. First, through dakwah and tausiah, and also through a song. Habib Lutfi composed special song. The title is Cinta Tanah Air. Yeah. Habib Lutfi emphasized the importance of unity and peace, the need to be grateful for the existence of this country. So we have to thank to God, because this is the mercy coming from God. So we have to defend it. We have to, maintain it as best as possible. This is. The second, Habib Lutfi also emphasized that Jatman is ready to work hand in hand with the government in keeping the stability of the nation. This is the second strategy. So it is not only limited to the to the government, but also with all of the member of Tariqah. Not only for member of Tariqah, but also for TNI and other community. So this is the way how to keep this state to be stable in the condition. So we have to, manage, or we have to make a cooperation. This is not only the job or the task of the TNI, but for all of citizens. The third strategy, this is also very important. I mean, through national meeting or national conference, Jatman tried to spread out the concept of Hubbul Waton Minal Iman through international meeting. This is. So Hubbul Waton Minal Iman. Yeah. The decision of meeting become a secret, because this is of course very important, because according to the Tariqah, what the leader said, it is quote unquote secret speech or divine speech. So when, for example, there is an ijma, there is an agreement that hubbul waton minal iman, this concept become the secret ideology for the student I disciple. I mean, all of the, what is it, follower of the Toriko. So that ideology is a doctrine that must be adhered and implemented in the daily activity. The meeting of the Sufi cleric or ulama was held at the time when many Muslim groups broke up the issue of importance Islamic State as promoted by ISIS, HTI, Jamaah Islamiyah, Jamaah Ansarut Tauhid, and so on. So I would like to say the conclusion of the meeting was agreement or ijma of the Sufi meeting or Sufi scholar in addressing the issue of war and a conflict among the Muslim. So I would like to conclude my presentation here. As a religious spiritual organization, Jatman has applied its three main rule, task rule, social rule, and also charismatic rule to counter radical Islamic ideology. The method providing by Jatman is through the discourse, counter discourse with the Bayani reasoning, textual approach, because this is very appropriate because the religious ideology of the fundamentalism is usually always wrapped in Bayani or textual discourse. So this is very, very, strategic. Jatman used soft strategy to reject radical Islamic ideology through dakwah, song of cinta tanah air, cooperation, and making the concept of hubbul waton minal iman. In fact, this is not originate, but strengthening, not making, but strengthening the concept of hubbul waton minal iman. Iman become an international Sufi ulama agreement. So this is kind of ijma. In other words, Sufi scholars have carried out a transformational influence processes as a way to overcome the problem related to the issue of radical Islam ideology. This all my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Muhayya, for your nice presentation, deep presentation about the roles of Jatman, the Assembly of Nahdlatul Ulama Sufi Orders. We can see that based on his research, there are three roles: task role, then social role, and then charismatic roles. And we will further discuss your presentation after we finish the next speaker. And the next speaker will be introduced by Ms. Afaf, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lutfi. And so the audience, we have to move on to the next speaker from Associate Professor Dr. Betania Kartika MA, who is the Assistant Professor and the Head of Halal Awareness, Information and Outreach at the International Institute for Halal Research and Training, or INHART, and a member of editorial board for Journal of Halal Industry and Services and International Journal of Halal Research. Dr. Betania Kartika received his bachelor degree from International Islamic University, Islamabad, and then got her master's degree from International Islamic University, and got the doctor degree from University Malaya. Dr. Betania Kartika has a broad work on halal research. Her newest work on this topic was Quranic multiple intelligence and its implementation in educational institutions, and the conceptual paper on halal and haram system level approach. Dr. Betania Kartika, are you already joining us?
Yes, sister, I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much. You have 20 minutes for your presentation. Time is yours. Please.
Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope my voice is clear.
Yeah, it's very clear, Doctor.
So much. First of all, Alhamdulillah alladhi hadana li hadha wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in wa ba'd. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. First of all, I would like to thank the committee for inviting me in this particular conference this afternoon. And my thank goes especially to Ms. Ida Novianti, who personally invited me. We used to be together in the same Pondok Pesantren long ago, alhamdulillah. Thank you, Maida. And secondly, I would like to just present, because time is very limited given to me or to all the speakers is about 20 minutes, but I'm very sure that there will be another session for discussion. So may I present myself, Mr. and Mrs. MC? Yes. Okay. So first of all, my presentation today is about the Islamic perspective on stress and time management. So I was informed, and also based on the theme of the conference in particular, this time it's about more to psychological as well, especially that people undergo during the pandemic. And we are sure that this global pandemic has very significant impact in our psychology, in our spiritually. It gives an impact as well to our physically in our daily life. So please allow me to go on. In this particular presentation, I would love to learn from Surah Al-Asr. So my presentation today is merely or purely learning from this surah and from my own readings and from my clinical, you can say, experience or clinical evidences from consultancy. So most of people who come across having a problem of being stressed, I concluded, or maybe one of my studies, that I conclude the main reason of the stress is indeed related so much to the time itself, or the time zone or the timeline that we have. So first of all, the surah says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Sorry, it's heavy raining here in Kuala Lumpur. Wal asr, innal insana lafi khusr, illa alladhina amanu wa amilu salihat, wa tawasaw bil haqqi wa tawasaw bis sabr. By time, indeed mankind is in loss, except for those who have believed and done righteous deeds and advised each other to truth and advised each other to patience. So if we learn from this particular ayah, from this particular verse, we will see that the remedy, or the, you can say, the medicine, the relief from many types of reasons of why people got distressed or stressful, the solutions given is that we should do good deeds. And we should take care of others, and we'll see how it works. There is a wisdom word says, Al-waqtu kas-sayf, idha lam taqta'hu qata'ak. Time is of the essence, very important. It is like a sword. If you don't use it, it cuts you. Yes, it cuts you. Time and tide wait for no one. So here, why is it always related to the time? Yeah, in most of the time, why stress is related to the time management? We see that the pillars of Islam, the pillars of Islam are strongly connected to time. How? We know the pillars, like when we are building a house, how strong the house will be, it will be determined how strong the pillars are. So we know that the 5 pillars of Islam, shahada, an la ilaha illallah wa anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, wa iqam as-salah, wa ita' az-zakah, wa sam Ramadan, wa hajj al-bayt. I would like to see very briefly here, especially the 4 arkan, or the 4 pillars, which are, this is shahada, yes, the second one. So I'm going to start from here. When we talk about the salat, the salat, inna salata kanat ala al-mu'minina kitaban mawquta. Kitaban mawquta is that indeed prayer has been decreed upon the believers a decree of specified times, meaning that the prayers is enjoined on the believers at fixed hours. So something to do with the time. So this is actually not something about the quantity, like a day and a night that I have to do 17. Okay, let me just do it in the morning, 17 raka'at and done. That's not the objective of the salat itself, because it is something to do with the connection between the servant and the Rabb and the Lord, and the Creator. So there are certain times that we have to oblige. So that's why first, salat is so much related to the time. And then the second one, okay? For example, we're talking about zakah, We know that it is as well related to the time. One of the hadith says, وَلَيْسَ مِنْ فِي مَالٍ زَكَاةٌ حَتَّى يَحُولَ عَلَيْهِ الْحَوْلِ. Zakat does not have to be paid on the property until a year has elapsed over it. It's still as well related to the time management. And what is the zakat for? خُذْ مِنْ أَمْوَالِهِمْ صَدَقَةً تُطَهِّرُهُمْ وَتُزَكِّيهِمْ بِهَا. So this zakah, the zakat itself, which means the purification, it has the meaning, it has the guidelines, it has the timing. So we already learned at least from 2, from salat and from zakat, about time management. The other one is the fasting in the month of Ramadan. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. The objective, one of the objectives of why do we have to fast during the month of Ramadan is that we may gain taqwa, or the fear, or the purification, sincerity, different meanings of taqwa. And it comes right after that is ayyam ma'dudat. So what does ayyam ma'dudat mean? Ayyam ma'dudat means a limited number of days. Still, it is something to do with the time. And then the last of the Arkanul Islam, we have performing Hajj or pilgrimage. And in the pilgrimage as well, it is Al-Hajju Ashhurum Ma'lumat. Hajj is during the well-known months. So meaning that when we look at the Salat, we look at the Zakat, we look at the Psalm, we look at Hajj. Yes, each of these has its own objectives. which give us the purification of our soul, yes, but we cannot just do it on our own anytime we like. So let's say, for example, the Saum, yeah, in the month of Ramadan. Oh, fasting is for the whole month, let's say 30 days, 29 or 30 days. I'll just fast on my own. In a whole year, I'll complete my 29 and I don't have to do it in the Ramadan. No, because each of these management has as well its own objectives. Now, learning from this surah and learning from the, what is it called? The pillars of Islam, which are so much tied with the time, I have found at least 3 main reasons of why people, and especially here, most to the Muslims, yeah, the believers, believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but yet we feel such kind of depression or stressful. And why is it so? The number one, most of the time, because we are unable to manage our time wisely as prescribed in Surah Al-Asr. So if we are not able to manage our time, it is said, وَالْعَصْرِ إِنَّ الْإِنسَانَ لَفِي خُسْرٍ, or being lost. Khusr, the opposite of Allah or mercy, will not be achieved. Why? Because we are running behind everything, we will be stressful and depressed. That is one of the factors of a man being in loss. When the time passed by and we don't achieve anything, we feel so stressful. We feel so depressed. Yeah, we wasted time and just realize it. And we know that لَن تَرْجِعَ الْأَيَّامِ الَّتِي مَضَتْ, the time or the days which had passed, it won't come back. So there are many reasons for people become depressed mentally and spiritually, which significantly affect the physical health. Muslims especially are stressful when they worry too much about their sustenance, and most are related to time spent. And this is why we feel so stressful, because we have so many things to do. We feel that we do not have time. Yes, we do. We are given the same proportion. Each of us is given 24 hours. But why some people can achieve many things and why don't I achieve anything? So this is one of the reasons as well why people get stressful. This is a good word from Imam Hassan al-Basri when he said that ad-dunya thalathat ayyam. Indeed, this world life, yeah, just comprises or consists of 3 days only. So each of us, we only have 3 days, and we see amma ams faqad dhahaba bima fih, but yesterday has passed. Wa amma ghadan fala'allaka la tudrikuh, tomorrow we never know whether it belongs to us or not. So if we sleep, we are not sure. Who can assure us that we will be waking up for the next day? So we are not sure about tomorrow. وَأَمَّا الْيَوْمِ فَلَكَ فَعْمَلْ فِيهِ. So with all these 3 days that are given, or that the day or that the world comprises or consists of only 3 days, ours is only 1 day, which is today. So this is, okay, I put little here. Actually, this is a song. Maybe some of you memorize this song. This is a song in Hindi, actually, yeah? Which says, Kal ho na ho. Some of you knows it. So Kal ho na ho means that tomorrow might be there, might not be there. Tomorrow might be yours, might not be yours. So this is Har gali badal, rahi hai rub zindagi, chawe kabhi kabhi hai dub zindagi. Har pal yaha jibar jio jo hai sama kal ho na ho. So every moment life is changing. Sometimes there is shade, sometimes there is sun. Live every moment here to the fullest. So this is a very good advice. Yeah, we live every moment now that we undergo now to the fullest, to the maximum that we can. Yeah, because Jo has sama kalhonaho. This very moment may not be there tomorrow. Okay. The next is that the second reason, and the second reason is the wrong intention, or most of us are doing lots of things because of the worldly minded. Oh, I want to achieve this, achieve that, achieve this, achieve that. Everything is the world and the world and the world. But we indeed forgot about the essence and why are we created. Yeah. So don't worry so much because the most important thing is that this life is to worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Each and everything that we do, indeed, for the sole reason, for the sole objective, which is ibadah, or worshiping Allah. So there is one hadith which says that man kanatil akhiratu hammahu ja'alallahu ghinahu fi qalbih wa jama'a lahu shamlahu wa atathu ad-dunya wa hiya raghimah wa man kana ad-dunya hammahu ja'alallahu faqrahu baina 'aynayhi wa farraqa 'alayhi shamlahu wa lam ya'tihi min ad-dunya illa ma qaddara lahu. So this is the reason why, and most of the time, we are not satisfied, even with our achievement after the efforts. Because, yes, because our objective, yeah, the sole objective is for the worldly life. So this is very good that whoever makes the hereafter his goal, Allah makes his heart rich and organizes his affairs, and the world comes to him whether it wants to or not. And whoever makes the world his goal, Allah puts his poverty right before his eyes. This is the really one of the reasons of depression. And this organizes his affairs, and the world does not come to him except what has been decreed for him. So this is actually in the line with what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Quran, that everyone is likened to be falah. We know what's falah. Falah is the farmer. So what we are doing indeed is growing the seed. And where do we like our seed to grow? In the world or in the hereafter? So of course, it should be in the hereafter. When we do everything for the sake of seeking Allah's pleasure, Allah will inshallah manage for us in the best way. Okay, and the third reason that I may, this is actually the last reason that I catch in this paper, in this presentation, is the insufficient remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So most of the time we are so busy with other stuff, we don't even have time to remember Allah, alhamdulillah. So while doing all what we need to do, don't pass the second without dhikr. So this is one of the messages I got from Imam Yusuf of Al-Aqsa. Indeed, he gave us two messages, and this is one that I captured. It was a message directly conveyed to me when I visited Masjid Al-Aqsa last year. Yes, early last year in March 2020. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said that وَمَنْ أَعْرَضَ عَنْ ذِكْرِي فَإِنَّ لَهُ مَعِيشَةً ضَنْكًا وَنَحْشُرُهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ أَعْمَى قَالَ رَبِّ لِمَ حَشَرْتَنِي أَعْمَى وَقَدْ كُنْتُ بَصِيرًا. Yeah. So if we go on from that ayah, yeah, it says that, and whoever turns away from my remembrance, that's what Allah says, indeed he will have a depressed life. So this one is not the study that that need people to respond on your questionnaires, for example. But Allah has stated that وَمَنْ أَعْرَضَ عَنْ ذِكْرِي فَإِنَّ لَهُ مَعِيشَةً ضَنْكًا. Whoever turns away from my remembrance, indeed he will have a depressed life, and it is stated here very clearly. And we will gather him in the day of resurrection, and he is blind. And this person said, Why do you make me blind now? And I was able to see when I was in the world. And when we go on the ayah after that, it says that because you forgot us. Yes, you could see, but you did not remember. So this time that we shouldn't remember you. Na'udzubillah, na'udzubillah. Allah. And then the other ayah, وَمَنْ يَعْشُ عَنْ ذِكْرِ الرَّحْمَنِ نُقَيِّدْ لَهُ شَيْطَانًا فَهُوَ لَهُ قَرِينٌ. And whoever is blinded from remembrance of the most merciful, we appoint for him a devil. نُقَيِّدْ لَهُ شَيْطَانًا. So his friend, his buddy, his company will be devil, will be shaitan. فَهُوَ لَهُ قَرِينٌ. And he will accompany him. Why? Because this person does not remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or not to do remembrance. It's not that do not remember these people, but they do not try to remember using the reasons that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has granted or has blessed them with. So here, because time's limit, based on the three main reasons, the remedies, again, in the perspective of Quran and Hadith, number one is that being a muhsin. Okay, why being muhsin? Because when we look at that, muhsin is good doer, to do good. When we feel like there is something wrong, I feel like I'm depressed, I feel like I start to be stressful, the first remedy is do something good for others, which is beneficial for you, for us, and beneficial for other people. Because it's very clear, very clear. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in that Surah Al-Asr, everyone is in loss, but those who are doing the right deeds or righteous deeds, are muhsin. As well in Surah Al-Baqarah, we say that Bala man aslama wajhahu lillahi wa huwa muhsin. So it's not that we submit ourselves to Allah, but at the same time we are doing good. That is one of the remedy that we may do when we are stressful. And there are lots of more, how can you do good? How can we do good? We have to materialize the highest maqsad of why Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent, with all the teachings that we are following. What are these? Allah says, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. We did not send you, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, with all these teachings, but it is indeed for the rahmah. Rahmah is mercy. So how to be mercy? How to be merciful? I myself must start to do something good, that I will be merciful for others. And as well, other people who got mercy, they will as well extend this mercy to others. The second one is try to correct the intention. When we say that the second reason is wrong intention, the worldly minded, so we try to correct the intention that each and every thing that we do is just for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we try to keep in touch with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through our supplications, through our dua. I'm actually giving some of the example of the dua here, but this is when we especially feel very stressful, very sad, as well as we are depressed, na'udzubillah. So this is one of the dua that was given, wasiyah or the advice from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma inni a'udhu bika min al-hammi wal-hazani wal-'ajzi wal-kasal wal-jubni wal-bukhli wa dhala'id dayni wa ghalabatil rijal. O Allah, I seek refuge with you from worry and grief, from incapacity and laziness, from cowardice and miserliness, from being heavily in debt, and from being overpowered by other men. And another dua, Allahumma qini bihalalik an haramik wa aghnini bifadlika amman siwa. I have shared these slides to the committee, and you are free to have it and to read again the dua that I have written here. I might not be reading it for you here because of the time constraint. And the last one is the zikr and Quran recitation, one parts of how we solve our problem regarding to the in regard with the depression or stressfulness. So here, Allah Subhanahu wa Taala said in one of the ayah in Quran, وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ وَلَا يَزِيدُ الظَّالِمِينَ إِلَّا خَسَارًا. So you see here that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala revealed Quran as shifa, to be the healing and the mercy. So we recite it and we recite it and try to recite it with a meaning. It will be a lot better, the way we feel it, inshallah. And I give also some of the connection relationship on how reading Quran, also the remembrance of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala can release the stress. And this indeed the research done by other scholars, and I'm very sure they are not from the Islamic scholars, but they are relating how this can be the healer, inshallah. This is as well, how reading Quran can release us. And the other part is that try to keep on making supplication or make dua, lots of dua, because when we ask Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, indeed, this one is the healing. Some of the dua that even we can say it, or the remembrance that we can say it, Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, wa la ilaha illallah, Allahu Akbar, la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahi al-aliyyil azim, al-aql salim fil jism salim. And yes, we have done now. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Before I end my presentation, I would love to advise myself, to remind myself, and as well all the participants here, my brothers, my sisters, to read this dua before we end our salat, before we do salam. Allahumma anni ala dhikrika wa shukrika wa husni ibadatik. Ya Allah, please help me to be able to remember you, to be able to be grateful to you, and to be able to do ibadah, the best ibadah for you. Because we have to remember all this cannot happen if Allah does not help us. Just to remember Allah, just to be thankful to Allah, just to be the good servant. We will not be able to do it on our own, but we must do it. We can only do it when Allah help us to do so. Wallahu a'lam bis-shawab. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Dr. Bithania Kartika, who has already delivered a very brilliant presentation in the topic of Islamic perspective on stress and time management. And she also has an insight on how Islam, with its teaching, emphasize about time management and how a lot of ritual or ibadah in Islam was closely related to the time management. And Dr. Bithania Kartika also provide us with the remedies for coping our stress by one being muhsin, and then second being connect to the intention, correct to the intention, and the zikir and the Quran recitation. And she also remind us, thank you for the reminding Dr. Bithania Kartika, the dua that we should recite before salam in every salat that we do every day. Thank you so much. And for the participant who already has question, please hold up because we will move to the next speaker. Please, Mr. Lutfi.
Okay, we will move on to the third speaker. I'll just call Dr. Abdul Razak. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Abdul Razak. Are you with us now?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wasallam tasliman. The coordinator, the moderator, and the participants from over the world, I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The topic of my paper is role of the Sufis during the pandemic in a society. COVID-19 in Nigeria has a case study. The paper is divided into 8 parts, including abstract and conclusion. In the abstract, we try to give a kind of summary of what the paper is likely to contain, starting that the history of COVID-19 is a code given to the inferior cause corona fatal disease. We stated in the paper that the COVID-19 can be traced to China, and it was on the 31st of December 2019 that the United Organization of World Health Organization was informed about this disease. And we also talk about how it came to Nigeria on the 27th of February 2021 quickly and happened to through him, the disease spreads in the country. And the disease shuts down to contain the spread of the method we adopted in writing this paper. And eventually we submitted that by the end of the paper, we able to cut out by the Sufi will be helpful to the people generally. In the introduction, we start with the introduction by talking about Sufism. That Sufism or Tasawwuf, because there are some verses in the Quran which are mystical in nature. Since these verses are there, that is a pointer that the Sufism has been in existence since the time of the Prophet. In particular, make reference to what happened between Prophet Musa alayhi salam and a man of God called Hagar, and they encounter in a mystical discussion. Another incident we make reference to was the issue between Bilqis, Queen of Saba, and Prophet Suleiman. Prophet Suleiman asked some of his people to bring the throne of Bilqis to him. And some people will not be able to do that one until after when a man called Asif volunteered to bring it within a circle of ice. As the Prophet Suleiman to close his eyes, if I open it, the throne was made available. That means that this thing was recorded in the Quran. I mean that is kind of a mystical issue, and that's true that it has been existent during the lifetime of the Prophet. We also mentioned that Sufi in West Africa can be considered as one of the factors that contributed to the spread and the teaching and understanding of Islam, because they use many methods to contribute to Islam, either by spreading or by teaching. And we mention, apart from Sufi, there are others which are not like the Du'at, missionaries, the ulama, or the comfort. All these contributed in the spread of Islam in West Africa. One scholar, Esat, from Iran, mentioned other activities that contributed to the spread of Islam. And many people have been trying to discuss about the role of the Sufi in Islam. We are able to make mention of Sheikh Ibrahim Saleh in Nigeria from Borno State. He wrote a book. Within that book, he made reference to a contribution of the Sufi. The same thing, Adam Abdullah Al-Milori also wrote a book on the contribution or the influence of Sufi and other scholars towards the spread of Islam. And we have many other people who wrote on different aspects of Sufi contribution to the spread of Islam. By this, we are saying that Sufi has been contributing to the spread of Islam. And because of that one, they are very relevant. If it is very relevant now, if to look at this.
Excuse me, Dr. Abdul Razak. I think all of us cannot hear your voice.
Controversial, because different times were given at the time when Islam penetrated into Nigeria. For example, we have some scholars who trace the who trace the spread of Islam in Nigeria to 14th century, when Islam was introduced to a king in old Kanambrono. And some scholars who said no, it was 16th century that Islam spread to Nigeria. But they are making reference to another source. for the fact that in Nigeria section, different major regions, we have Hausa, we have Borno, we have Yoruba, and we have lots of people who are not necessarily Muslim. Islam penetrated into these areas at different times. That is why it's not easy to say particularly when Islam penetrated into Nigeria by a single sentence. But what is certain is that Islam has penetrated into Nigeria before what we now call Nigeria came to existence. Because Islam, we are talking about either 16th century, 14th century, or even 17th century. That was the time Islam came to the country. Now, but by then, Islam in Nigeria has not become a nation. It was made of southern electorate and who happened to be the proposed wife to the colonial leader by then. So saying that Islam had been in Nigeria before the Nigerian came into existence. Then now, those who made contribution to the spread of Islam are Sufis. One of those who make contribution are the Sufis. Now, let's now look at the Sufism in Nigeria. As it's not possible for us to say categorically the term Islam spread to Nigeria, the same thing is not possible to say the particular time that Sufism spread to Nigeria. What is certain that the Sufi tendencies, like asceticism, enter into the country by the same time Islam came into the country. Because majority of people who are then preaching Islam came, they were ascetics. So that's what they introduced to the people. They introduced asceticism to the people. It was later that the individual come together, they came together and form group. They form the Sufi order. And the first order that we have in Nigeria was Qadiriya. It came to Nigeria before any other Sufi order. And at the same time, it's not possible to say the time the Sufism or Qadiriya came to Nigeria because there are different views on the personalities that brought the Qadiriya to Nigeria. There are some people who believe that Al-Maghali was from Mali, was the person that brought the Qadiriya to Nigeria, Qadiriya before his arrival. So the same thing applies to Tijaniya. Well, these are the two major Sufi orders we have in the country. We have in the country. So chronologically, Qadiriya predated that of Qadiriya. Now, say that the role of the Sufi in the society. Sufi, as we said earlier, they were one of the factors that responsible for the spread and understanding of Islam in Nigeria. They did it through many ways, either by providing solution to the problem facing the people or by studying by the newly converted people to stand by them and to assist them to solve what may be their personal or physical problem. So they continue like that, and later on they form an association or group which also help other people to solve their problem. Now, if you want to look at the role of the Sufi, there's one book written by two authors, both wife and husband, Ismail Farouki and his wife Los Faruqi. In that book, they assessed they assessed Sufism, and they said that Sufism or Tasawwuf, a movement that dominated the mind of heart of Muslim for a millennium and still strong in many circles of the Muslim world. It nurtured their soul, purified their heart, and fulfilled their yearning for piety and virtue and righteousness and for closeness to God. It grew and rapidly moved to every corner of the Muslim world. It was responsible for the conversion of Muslims, of millions to Islam, as well as for the number of militant states and political responsible for the eclipse of Muslim power, for the Muslim exchange, exchange of ration for intuitive and critical for superstition, knowledge for their seeking in this world, and its concern for the others. By this one, it means that the Al-Faruqis, they assess they have positive flow as scope of this paper or to discuss the accuracy of it. That this is what they feel that the Sufi sought a king. And in Nigeria, the Sufi realized that Islam is a complete way. It's not a lie. The perceive disrespect the Christianity. Saying that Christianity he said that leave to Caesar or render to Caesar what belongs to Caesar and render to God what belongs to God. That one is not permissible in Islam. Everything in Islam belongs to God. And now let's move to, and many contributions have been made. We have a role of Nana Aisha and Nana Asman, daughter of Usman, in having social and economic listening for the people and in Islamization of knowledge by Islamization of people. Now let's move to COVID-19 in Nigeria. By the time COVID-19 came up in Nigeria, as we said, February 27, 2019, or 2020, the thing continued. And many things, eventually, because of the effect of the spread, the government decided to introduce a kind of, or to impose a kind of lockdown on the people. It short the country. Many things of anxiety needs by different people to rescue or to provide remedy for the Muslims or the public. The Sufi being a Sufi order that have a purposely to move closer to God. At the same time, they interact with other people. They have major things. They have practical and theological aspects. In their practical aspects, they have some activities which they perform, like the Askar, Island, what's called Lazim, Wasifa, Sikri Juma, and all this. That's one. They perform it. And they have theoretical is had to be a spiritual training. They have many things on that one. And even in that spiritual training, the essence is to move them closer to God. Because the Sufi, they believe that the man has different stages of mind, starting from nafsul lawama, nafsul amara, nafsul lawama, nafsul mulhima, nafsul mutmainna, till what for nafsul kamila. So they have to that, yeah, they will believe that one has to purify mind before he could move closer to God. That's why they introduce that terbiyah. And some of their prayers in the terbiyah shows that they actually believe that through that closer to that terbiyah, they'll be able to move closer to God, and because they reserve everything to God. And then another thing is that practical aspect, they introduce many other things, which is not necessarily part of their abscard. They call it that one. There are difference between awrad and azab. Awrad is what they use for their daily activities, but azab is what they do, they have for time to time. These azab were introduced, and these azab were introduced, and yeah, many of them are available. For example, you see them the prayer which they introduced to some people. Ta'asantum setwa jabarut, watasamtu rabbil malakut, watabaqaltu ajla ya yamut. Allahumma sif anna hadha alwaba, wakina shara rada, ونجنا من الطعن والطاعون والبلاء. All these ideas, or Allahumma arfana al-jahda wal-ju'a wal-hurriya, all these things are there. So they issued this one because of the frustration that people were on, because of anxiety that faced people. They introduced this thing. At the same time, asking God to protect us from all this kind of disease. All these prayers are available. They are together with what we call the theoretical aspect, and together with the practical aspect. That is awrad. And that azab is not necessarily part of this thing, but they introduce it as a remedy to certain things. Example, one of the prayer during Tarbiyah, wabika malaki, wa alayka tawakkuli, wabika sikati, wa ala hawlika wa quwwatika itimadi, wabika ni mujari ahkamaka raya. Wa kirari bi israyani kwa mtu sheikh, wa adam tunshi ndaka atalata sukuni. All these things are some of the prayer which they used to do, and eventually to that Tarbiyah, they pass through many stages. Including stages of either lahut, we have that the called out is there for divinity, because nasut, that is the last one, nasut, which is for humanity. And through that one, they have what's called a stage in station and state. We have what's called mahabba, that is love, in the either station as well as in the state. And by having that mahabba, we're able to demonstrate what Islam expects of you to your Muslim brother. For example, Prophet when describing the relationship between Muslim, another, in hadith, he said, Masal al-Mu'minin, fi tawaduhim, wa tarakumihim, wa tufihim, masal al-jasadi, idha istaka minkum ud'un, فداها له ساحر الجسد بالسحر والكمى. You see that a Muslim, like a single person, like a single body, whenever in time of their love for one another, in a time of demonstration of their mercy for one another, in this of the sympathy for one another, they are like one single body. That if one of the part of the body is feeling with problem, the other part of the body will share it. So that is what Islam expected us to do. And when the Tarbiyah, one has to go through mahabba, and if that one is secured, then or is attained, then he can demonstrate it from that is ahud, that is divinity, and to nasut, that is humanity. And through that one, he'll be able to give to to show sympathy for the Muslim, whoever may be in one problem, especially during the issue of calamity or during the pandemic, especially that of COVID-19, because there are some things that happened because people were not able to go out. There are some people who will bungle the shops and people are now becoming poor. So with this one, then they will come to rescue them. So in the final analysis, we have gone through how the COVID-19 started in Nigeria, and the role of the Sufi, and now we can see that it is possible that the two Sufi teaching, through Sufi orientation, then many problems not necessarily not have in education or economy, even that of health can be taken care of. Because if we follow what some of the teaching is Sufi teachings, like the issue of Azar, as I said, the prayer, special prayer, which are introduced during the calamity, we follow it because the other prophet, the prophet Ayub, which when he was sick, then he prayed to God to rescue him, to relieve him of his problem. So if the same thing apply, then we are sure that inshallah God will answer our request and will give us relief. At the same time, we will be able to all the frustration, the anxiety that may be there through this Sufi training, like Tarbiyah, like then we'll be able to succumb that one. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa barakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Razak. I think we have very unique topics of discussion. From the first session, we have pandemic and then Sufism, and then in the second session, we have Sufism and then how it eradicates radicalism, and then we have Sufism and the problem of the issue of psychology, stress management, and then we go back to Sufi and pandemic. And I think it's time to our Q&A session. Please, the audience, to give your questions or comments and thoughts in relation to those three speakers. Please, we will have around 20 or 30 minutes to discuss, please.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please mention your name.
Okay, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ghazi Abdullah Muttaqi. As a co-founder of Strategic Research Society or ICUth Indonesia. Thanks for the opportunity. I have a question for Her Excellency Professor Betania Kartika Putri about how to be a young generation who will be successful in their time management according to Kitab Qimatu Zaman Ainal Ulama and Safahat min Sabil Ulama by Sheikh Abdul Fattah Abu Hudah. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghazi. And do you have any other questions, please? We'll just wrap them up. Okay, we have in our chat box for Dr. Kartika. Do you have the previous chat before that? For Dr. Oh yeah, we have Pak Sukendar who raised his hand. Okay, please, Pak Sukendar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the precious presentation from three presenters, three speakers, Associate Professor Muhayya, and also Ibu Betania Kartika, Professor Betania Kartika, which is I know well, and also Professor Abdul Razak, right? Okay. My question is for Pak Muhayya and Mr. Abdul Razak, is that I start from the hadith that is mentioned by Professor Abdul Razak, that masalul mu'minin fi tawaddudihim wa ta'atufihim kamasal jasadil wahid. But in the reality, this norm, I think in the reality, we know that even in one country, we are not yet united. Yeah, this is why. And even now we are talking about how to counter radicalization, and also let's say a group is countering other group, which is within a country, the same country. So like in Indonesia, and also I know that in Nigeria also have the same problem, and still we have this very very important saying of the Prophet, saying that we are like one body, kal jasadil wahid. So what is the root of problem of this? Yeah, that's my important my question for Prof. Abdul Muhayya and also Prof. Abdul Razak. And I think that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Dr. Sukendar. Can we have one more? So we collect 3 questions. Yeah, please, in the chat box, please. Yeah, we accommodate the question from the chat box, please. Can you, the operator, can you please show it up?
Okay, thank you for a chance for me, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry, do you can hear my voice? Speak.
Yes, but can you please speak loudly?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a chance for me. I would like to ask the question. Okay, before that, honorable for Professor Abdul Muhayya, Professor Abdul Razak, and Ibu Kartika for the good speaker in this for today in this afternoon. Okay. Okay, thank you. Actually, I would like to ask for Professor Abdul Muhayya. Actually, how far the judgment do influence towards in the safe word, because we know that as we know, if there are many people focus to action and to worship to God, and it's very special to worship, and there are many reads every day and every time like that, enjoy the Torah like that, so make the word to be calm and to be safe and harmony like that. So yeah, I would like to ask how far about the judgment to influence in the safe in the world like that. Thank you. So I would like to ask to Ibu Kartika, Miss Kartika, as we know that if we always remember to God, so God will remember to us like that. So actually, I would like to ask you, how if there is someone who for the example, we know that every person, the pious person, yes, understand more about the grid of the God and the station, etc. like that. But sometimes there are many people, and especially in the young people, always far and worry with something because they didn't fluently to believe with God, to believe with the decision, to believe with the kind decision from God like that. Is there
make influence for us and the decision with how to say with replace in our life like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Utma. Thank you for the question. I think we have completely 3 questions, and the questions are addressed to each speaker. So please, you can address or respond the question in order. We will start first from Dr. Kartika, please, Dr. Kartika, and then Dr. Muhayya, and then Dr. Abdul Razak. You will have 5 to 7 minutes to respond, please. Dr. Kartika, are you still with us?
Okay. I was saying something and I was muted, sorry. I think the question of, I can just combine, I will combine the answer from the 2 questioners before, 2 people who asked me question. Sheikh Ghazi, how are you? Sheikh Ghazi Mutakin, we used to be together in the International Muslim Conference. He came and we met each other. Thank you for the question, but you are welcome to the question, but I'm going to answer the question, the 2 questions to what I want to say, combine the answer, sorry. Okay. I think both ask about how young generation can believe more, can trust more, can be more confident, how to use the time, how not to be stressful. That what I understood from both. Indeed, this is not only for young generation. This is also for everybody. Okay, I would love to give one of the nasihat, a tawsiyah from Dr. Mustafa, who says that Iyaka an tusaddiq bi annaka kaburta fi sin. Anyway, the continuation of that is that do not ever believe that you age. So everyone is forever young. Okay? And then the continuation of that particular wasiyah was that because your jasad, your physique that is aging is just a place where your ruh is put inside there. And the spirit or the ruh is never aging. The ruh never gets old. That's what he said. So what he wanted to say is that if we believe that we are always young, okay, so we are going to be always producing something. So we will not stop from doing something, okay? He said that most of us, when we feel old, we will not do more things because, oh, it's fine, I'm getting old, okay? So he comes up with one ayah from Surah Al-Kahfi, the last ayah from Surah Al-Kahfi, which says, who wants to say the last ayah of Surah Al-Kahfi? وَمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو لِقَاءَ رَبِّهِ فَلْيَعْمَلْ عَمَلًا صَالِحًا وَلَا يُشْرِكْ بِعِبَادَةِ رَبِّهِ أَحَدًا. Subhanallah. He said that most of us believe that meeting with Allah or liqa Allah only happens in the hereafter, في يوم الآخرة, which indeed liqa Allah, to meet Allah doesn't have to wait for the hereafter or wait until we die and then Yawmul Akhirah and then we meet Allah. No. So he said, وَمَنْ كَانَ يَرْجُو لِقَاءَ رَبِّهِ. Whoever wishes to meet with Allah. Where is the meeting? فَلْيَعْمَلْ عَمَلًا صَالِحًا. So keep on doing something useful, something good, yeah, like being muhsin. That is where we meet Allah. So that's why in the he goes on with as-salatu liqa, az-zakatu liqa, al-majlis al-ilm liqa, yeah, al-ukhuwah liqa, ita az-zakah liqa, nasihah liqa. So subhanallah, now this is how we keep on using our time wisely. So inshallah, once we are able to manage our time well, then inshallah, this kind of stress or depression or something like that will be overcome. Wallahu a'lam bisawab. And there is another ayah, another question. Can I read the question from the chat, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, please.
I see one question here for me. Yes. This is actually answering the same thing. Talking about dhikr. What is the meaning of wala dhikrullahi akbar? This is actually the continuation from that particular ayah. Yeah, the ayah that I will read. This is the ayah from a salat, I guess. Yeah, the salat. وَاتْلُ مَا أُوحِيَ إِلَيْكَ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ وَأَقِمِ الصَّلَاةَ إِنَّ الصَّلَاةَ تَنْهَى عَنِ الْفَحْشَاءِ وَالْمُنْكَرِ وَلَذِكْرُ اللَّهِ أَكْبَرُ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمُ مَا تَصْنَعُونَ. So this one is dhikr, or meaning remembrance of Allah, one of the remedies, one of the solutions that I have mentioned for the problem. And in this particular ayah, because we cannot just mention the last part of the ayah, we have to know what is it before that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning about the highest maqsad, a maqasid al-shari'ah from salat. And if we know that what is the meaning of a salat itself, a salat is a dua. Yeah, the meaning of a salat literally is a dua, asking Allah. Dhikr, remembering Allah. So meaning in this salah, in each and everything that we do in salah is actually remembrance of Allah or dhikr. So that's why the maqsad of a salat itself is tanha anil fahsya'i wal munkar. That's why it is not only about let me just pray 17 raka'at in the morning, then I'm done, because it is very much tied with the Quran, with the timing. So wala dhikrullahi akbar, and indeed la here, the la is indeed, surely, wala dhikrullahi akbar is a bigger in each and every moment that we do. Yeah, in each and every moment in that salah is actually remembrance of Allah. And to remember Allah at any time it means everything in our life, because we have to be always in touch with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wallahu a'lam bisawab. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kartika. Please, Dr. Muhayya.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. Okay. I would like to answer I would like to answer the question from Pak Kendar. Why the Muslims still fight each other? This is because, you know, the first, there are a lot of causes. The first is about asobia. So if we want to be a friends, I mean, one each other become one unity, one united community in this life. So we have to, throughout our asobia. Why become asobia? Because you know that right now many Muslims, when they read a Torah, for example, from the Kitab and the others, they have their standpoint. This Torah is the real is the truth. So they tend to be, to believe that this is the truth. But in fact, this is the kind of opinion from certain ulama. So sometimes the common people cannot separate it between a religion and the knowledge of religion. So Islamic studies and Islam is totally different. Sometimes Islamic studies is Islam and Islam is Islamic studies, but it is totally wrong, of course. Because when we say that Islamic studies, there is some kind of, the aspect of intellectual journey for humankind, while the religion is other side. So this is why this is the first, why we still, debate or cannot be unified in become one community. And the second is about, in fact, there are a lot of concepts related to the Tawhid. And we still teach our students or even our children in the first level of Tawhid. I mean here is Tawhid in the sense of the skin of Tawhid, Kisrut Tawhid, not the inner of the Tawhid itself, not the Tawhid from the, from the ontological side. Because if we can move from the skin of Tawhid into the inner of Tawhid, even inner of the Tawhid, or Lubbul, inshallah, we realize that every human, not only Muslim, but all of human are, all of human become our friend. They have similar status. We have to respect them, not only human, but also all the creature of God. This is the second causes. So the third is Takdisul Afkar al-Islami. This is the cause also. So that's why when there was a meeting, international meeting international meeting of ulama Sufi in Kalongan, they recommend that when we read the Turas, we have to maintain our notion that this is human, human product, not this is the ideas of human, even though it is derived, originated from God, but this is human interpretation, not wahyu. So we have to look for another aspect, not only from the text, but the context also. This is. And the second question is, yes, Jatman has strong influence around these countries, especially on religious affairs, because this is an organization of religious, religious organization. So they strong influence, especially on religious affairs. And I've done my research on the influence of Jatman related to the economic of the community. They play the role. The Jatman play significant role to increase their economic kind, or economic from the economic aspect of their life. So this is a very, very important to be noted that the judgment right now has strong influence, especially not only on the, what is it, related to spiritualitas aspect of the religion, but also right now have a strong influence, especially how to influence the people in order to live in harmony way. So this is, so I think that's all for my answer. Thank you.
Dr. Muhaya, for the response. And this will be the last but not least. Dr. Abdul Razak, please. You have 5 to 7 minutes, please.
We have to bear in mind that when Jerusalem was emerged as the prophets, many things were wrong in Arabia by then. One of the things was the issue of tribalism. I attempt to solve that one. One say, Ya ayyuhan nas, inna halakinakum min sakarin wa unsa, waja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'ilan lita'arafu. Say, inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. Saying that whatever the essence of having you from different is to identify yourself. Yeah, I'm from this, I'm from this. But the most pious among you is most honorable in the sight of God. If you have that one in mind, and what happened later is a kind of having, want to also have that piety. Don't forget that let's forget when we say that Prophet said, La ibna adukum hatta yuhibba akhihi ma yuhibbu nafsihi. None of you not claim to be a Mormon until he loves for his fellow Muslim what he loves for himself. If you're on that one, the Prophet saying, Mormon, before you can claim to be a Mormon, don't forget in the Quran says, if people are saying that we are believer, no, see that you cannot claim to be a believer. That's why faith will become Islam. Iman has not entered into mind. Now, if we have some people, this part is the declaration of the Salam, a multitude of Muslims in their affection, their sympathy, bodies, that if other parts will share it, then if we have not reached that point, that we cannot call ourselves to be a Mormon. That is one of the characteristics here, the essence of this kind of a misunderstanding of a sentiment of tribal sentiments. And it's not only in West Africa or in Africa, even in Arabia, even when Islam started. You know, if you don't forget that, even look at the essence of this self-Islamic, that Shia, Khawarij, it was as a result of sentiment, of individual tribal sentiment. Well, tribal sentiment, some people prefer Sayyidina Ali to be the caliph. It's because of tribal sentiment that led to the Battle of Siffin. We have many in what Salam says, they pick out to be money. Thank you very much.
Alaikum salam. Thank you, Dr. Abdul Razak, for your response. I think we've done with the question, right? So we have no more time to queue and answer again. And just to wrap up all the conference today, not to conclude, of course, in detail, but let me just try to reflect on all the themes and topics in our today's discussion and conference. Mysticism, Sufism, and Tasawwuf can be employed as an approach to deal with mundane and worldly issues or problems. Theologically speaking, when we base on the verse وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي, I, Allah, blows my spirit unto Adam. It means that the way we take care of the spirit will lead to either deactivation or activation. When we activate the spirit properly, it functions as it is, and even we can cope with every problem, since the source of the spirit is from the ultimate one, Allah, our God. Thank you everyone, thank you for the speakers today, thank you for the participants and audiences for your participation, and you tirelessly join the conference. On behalf of the committee, we again thank you very much for your participation, and we would like to say sorry for anything that we conduct imperfectly. And let me close. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.